You're live.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the point we've all been building towards, the grand finals of the 2021 winter season. We've got Arial Arise against Trust Only Your Squad tonight on the docket for a best of 5 of some exhilarating action. I'm Sticula. Joining me on broadcast is Chief. This is sure to be a fire matchup.
Both of our rosters are hailing from the same division, the Rogue division. Trust Only Your Squad would be leading that as the first seed, and Arial Rise as the second seed. So we can tell which broadcast or which of those rosters was stacked the most, at least in our league standings. And honestly, I'm hyped to see what these two teams can deal with. They both ended up going 4-1 in regular play, and now they're fighting for that final victory, the grand final victory.
And Arial Arise is a team that are not short of trophies in their cabinet, having won pretty much every league that you can win. You're looking at CCS Season 5, you're looking at RSA Season 2. I mean, there's no league pretty much that they haven't won except for SCS, and well, that very well may be on the way. Who knows where Season 5 for SCS might go. But we're here for Upsurge, where Arial Arise have another opportunity to get just one more piece of silverware. In a best of 5, I'm really intrigued to see how this one will go down because I haven't had the courtesy of casting Arial Arise in a full best of 5 previously. I've seen some of their performances, how they orient themselves in a best of 1 single match scenario or in kind of the more drawn out best of 3s. But in a best of 5, it's really that experience, that comeback spirit, and the map pool that gets you there. And so that's what we'll be looking for. In fact, we can go now to the map vetoes to figure out just where the battleground for tonight's matchup will be.
And how it will work is you ban 1 map apiece, and those 5 maps will be our battlegrounds, and whatever is last will be our decider. So we're guaranteed to see at least 3 maps in this best of 5 series. Cafe, Villa, and Coastline will be those guaranteed, followed by Consulate and Clubhouse. Interesting to see Oregon being removed. That's something that's different. Oregon is beloved. It is played constantly. We call it part of that T3 special. And Toys have been phenomenal on that map, probably their best map overall. Without access to it, what does that mean for them moving forward?
I think this is a fairly strategic ban for Arial Rise. Oregon is not one of their best maps, especially if you look to the semifinals. It was a bit of a shaky performance on that map. They were able to wrangle the series around in the second 2 from that semifinals best of 3, but Oregon, it was just an atrocity. One of the worst maps that I've seen Arial Arise play, and it's just because their team, this roster playing tonight, is frankly kind of new. It's a kind of cohort of members that have played with each other and have talked, play ranked back and forth, but it's a new roster, and so they don't totally have all of the strats lined up, and they haven't had much time to actually practice Oregon. I think that's got to be the whole idea behind this ban for Arial Rise. And for Theme Park, I have to say, that's probably just Toys, saying that Theme Park, it's in the past now. We're not going to practice on that map. We're not going to play it. It's about to leave the pool, so we're going to ban it, and we're going to play the maps going forward that we know we can be comfortable on.
And I'm curious to see the aggression of Toys. What does that mean moving forward in this series? Because we see Coastline. Coastline has been banned in all of our best of 3s and our best of 1s. There's hardly any sample size to pull of that roster. And we all know Arial Rise being the Gigabrain team. And are they going to try to VOD review, understand what their opponents are doing? But look at the maps that we've seen today. Hardly any of that is available. And if you look at Consulate, for example, Arial Rise is brilliant on that map. There's plenty of things that Toys could do their homework on to understand how to beat down the airplane roster.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we won't have to wait much longer. We're jumping into the first map, Cafe Dostoevsky, where it's Arial Arise who get the first defense and the first look at things, considering the operator bans. Cafe can be one that you can sometimes predict a lot of hard breachers coming on through, especially those who kind of sit adjacent to hard breaching, like your Thatcher. Sometimes even we see some influence from the IQ, perhaps going below and using her red scanner to find out a couple of Kate Electroclaws. And we'll have the Nomad ban, removed by Trust Only Your Squad. This is something that I have seen again and again. A ban similar to Habana, who has seen a rise in her ban rate recently. Now things have shifted a little bit to the introduction of the Nomad, where vetoing her means that the defense, they get to play a little bit more flexible, and you can creep up staircase on Cafe, which there are quite a few of, and be just a little bit more agile when you're not constantly worried about those air jabs watching your back.
But I've made this point before. Nomad isn't used probably the best way. How often do we see T4, T3 teams just place an air jab in the middle of a staircase and a defender walks up and shoots it? It's far too often. And when you actually are forced to bring a gridlock, you no longer have that ability to just shoot one bullet and destroy all that flank watch. You have to shoot multiple bullets, or you have to melee multiple track stingers, or use an impact grenade or a nitro cell, which makes a lot more noise. So you actually helping the offense with that ban? Because in our small sample size of Nomad bans, it's actually been the case. We've seen less flanking going down with Nomad off the board than with her actually in play. And another aspect of that is teams need 2 flank watches. What I mean by that is the actual gadgetry itself of the Nomad air jab, as well as a flank drone, because you need to be flipping through cameras on the off chance that the defender does bypass your nets. That's your contingency plan.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people kind of get mistaken with the idea that Nomad is a one trick to just completely eliminate flanks, and I mean, sometimes you can get a cheeky position with the air jabs where it can be difficult to shoot without them triggering, but having your flank drones, that should be the foundation that you fall back onto. You only have 3 air jabs. If you play it right, you have 10 drones. That's so much more coverage, so more, minute drones if you, for say, want to air jab the stairs and then hold off the cross of the hallway because you think there could be a roamer. Having drones in positions like those is a really undervalued tactic that we don't commonly see inside of T3 or T4 fairly too often. Going down to the kitchen first, Cordell bringing the Buck is a smart choice. We see a lot of times kind of this debate between Buck versus Sledge. Given that Arial Arise are playing with 2 bulletproof gadget operators, the Maestro and the Melusi, I think the loss of the frag grenades could be a penalizing factor, but given that you have another set on Jello, as well as the soft destruction of your lifeline grenades and Ash's breaching launcher, it may be par for the course.
And if I can go back to that gridlock point for 1 second, she also has the pocket shotgun that'll allow you to open up those top hatches. And coordination communication is always important with a Rainbow Six Siege roster, but sometimes they have their Buck or their Sledge on the other side of the map repelling up to the south and maybe gridlock repelling up to the north. You can open up those top hatches at about 5 seconds quicker. And that doesn't sound like a big deal, but that 5 seconds will compound into 10 seconds when you go for that final execute. And the reason you would do that is similar to why Toys is doing a linear execute from the west, because the opportunity cost of clearing out the entire floor may take greater than 90 seconds. And we've seen teams be very successful not clearing out the map and just taking the gunfight straight to the defenders. And there are going to be pre-made murder holes and kitchen prep, but sometimes you can swing and win. Toys is a very aggressive team, and that's, well, part of their playstyle.
And I think the decision checks out here for them to skip the 2nd and 3rd floor roam, instead focusing their efforts on the objective. Because Arial Arise's lineup in this round is tailor-made to waste time. You have a Vigil, you have a Mozzie. All of those factors are going to complement the extension in the roam and waste more and more time. The one problem for going for this direct attack onto the site is the vertical play for the Vigil, Og hiding above, and Wings as well, the Melusi to support, which is not being challenged. Allowing the defenders to position themselves above here just gives them another choke point to fight from. And given that just now members of Toys are going out on the rappel, still there isn't a whole lot of pressure. And for Toys, whose whole idea and character in this round was to move quickly, the round timer has run awfully low.
I'd rather see Trust Only squads make a rotation over to the north side of the map and push into coat check, because that's going to be 10 seconds to do so compared to maybe the 30 seconds that's going to be to clear out the entire map. With that being said, the primary Heartbreach Slasher will find the first kill in this series. That's going to be Woods off the board, and then also crucial Nitro Cell will be lost. So if you're trying to go for a Hail Mary chuck of that explosive device and deny the plant, you'll no longer have the option. It's an onslaught for Trust Only squad. They find 2 kills in this round, but it's going to be the offsite pressure of Og to stop the bleeding temporarily. Flash with the Diffuser almost down the deck. He won't be successful with that, and Dami now with the 2K in this round. Diffuser isolated in a position where Trust Only squads might not be able to grab it. Og still on that vertical angle, will be able to isolate it, but with Dami now off, it is going to be so critical. Og has those red pings. He knows exactly where to shoot. The wall bang from the ceiling doesn't line up. He dishes out a little bit of damage, but not enough to be successful. 0-0 on the clock, and now it has to be shut down. It's being reinforced. The wall will stop those bullets. He's going to have to drop through the hatch.
Perfect play there from Matt Bonger, dropping down. Og will get the DBNO onto Cordell, but Matt Bonger, he saves it. He gets the defuse and the final headshot to secure round number 1 for Trust Only Your squad. What a flourish there at the end.
That wall, we've seen it reinforced 1,000 times. The reason you do that is to deny the vertical play of the attackers looking into Java. Usually you have your Maestro or somebody who's relegated to flipping through cameras the entire round, and he becomes a liability if he's sitting on cameras and the ceiling and the wall has been removed. But you also have to realize what's the best place to play it. You have to think about all of your contingencies, and really, Arial Rise did a lot of things well in that 2vx scenario. They took their gunfights, they knew when to swing. We see far too often teams just play that passively. They don't push together as a roster. And Trust Only Your squad, they applied pressure. Arial Rise applied pressure everywhere they went. And I think we can see that pan out for the rest of this series.
think we've already started to get a little bit of a glimpse into Dami off of Pepsi there on that first round. An excellent clutch effort for the Mozzie, but he just was not able to close it out. And, I mean, he started to go a little bit crazy. When it came down to Matt Bonger trying to get the plant and the player inside mining and Train just kind of running around buck wild, I didn't know if that was going to be an Arial Arise win and they were going to stop it and Toys would have been in tears, or if that was just going to be a crazy round where all the bullets end up in the middle of the beam trying and suffering to play that vertical game. We have the buck being brought out again. This time we're headed up to the 3rd floor. The main use of the skeleton key you'll see here could be for a bottom uptake. I wonder if we'll see that go down, if that's the plan for Trust Only Your Squad. It's a strategy that we've seen a little bit more commonly as of late, but you have to make sure that you're not skipping out on other steps. If you're going directly for that bottom uptake and applying most of your pressure to the east rappel and the white stairs, you give the defense kind of a free opportunity to just position themselves inside of Cigar Lounge.
The problem with this lineup and doing that reading room take is what made it so powerful was the ability to utilize the frag grenades and explosive devices to kill out that Maestro. Now, you can still do that with the skeleton key. It just isn't as effective because he's going to hear the shotgun and just hightail it out of there. You're going to get maybe 1 or 2 trigger pulls, and that's not going to be really enough to get a kill. Now, I guess the counter argument to that is an Ash breaching charge won't be lethal anymore anyways. The map slowly being cleared. Deployable shields have been dealt with. One of the ones by Pixel has erupted, but you still have to deal with a washroom pressure. Dami knows that he has to take this gunfight and trying to challenge one of those west windows, sending bullets down range, but none of those bullets actually connect.
Smart and efficient coordination of the utility here for Toys. They've managed to clear it looked like the deployable shield inside of the actual bar back store area. And now, whether they know it or not, they've managed to trap Dami inside the bathroom. He'll have to be a huge power player to save his team. Looked like we saw Nitro detonate somewhere over by the east side. Not exactly sure what the purpose of that will be. And Dami's life is finally stolen out. So Toys now 2 for 2 in the opening kill engagement. Another problem they'll have to worry about, however, is the Alda staring them down. It's Wings playing inside of the humidor. He'll drop on down, escaping the grasp of the Toys offense.
How on earth was Wings not droned out? That is the most brain-dead rank spot that we see 1,000 times that works in Silver. It works here against Trust Only Your Squad. That comes down to doing your due diligence and placing your drones. And sure, you don't expect anybody to be there, but you have to make sure that there isn't anybody there. And case in point, Trust Only Your Squad is still clearing out this map. They have to basically do their homework once again since they cheated earlier, or they did the lazy way. Toxic Bames are going to start to ring on through. That's 30 seconds of time denial, which means there's 4 seconds of no smoke coverage.
Opportunity there utilized for Toys to clear out the Evil Eye, even though the Alda has plenty of bullets and it fires fast. It does not fell Matt Bonger for Wings, who was on such little HP. Another thing continuing to get low is the time. Woods, he's still felling off the offense as they try to close in on the bar back store, and the coverage is there. Jello, he'll find Woods, and now it's just up to Lava. The captain, can he make it happen? He spots a Zofia. Diffuser out of control. It's 0-0. No time left for the Maverick to get the case down, and Arial Arise win it on time.
And this is the second round to go down to 0-0. That is concerning for Trust Only Your Squads. We talk about little examples of how time can start to compound. We are jokingly using Gridlock as an example before we actually started in this series, where if she repels up to the north side, she can open up the hatches sooner than somebody that spawns over to the south. But that actually started to pan out. Maverick spawned to the south. He had to run over, use his Surrey torch to open up both of those hatches. And, well, that's going to take longer than a buck, per se, who could just open it up in one shot. And when you have 0 seconds on the clock, that 2 seconds of a torch opening up a hatch really does matter, because that mode will give you 2 seconds to actually challenge the defenders.
Got to make sure that you're doing everything at a steady pace here. That'll be the theme moving forward for the Toys attack, and we'll see whether or not they're able to wrap their head around it. Now going to reading and feeding. We'll have kind of the typical extension strategy. With the Mirror Band, though, you don't have the opportunity to bring, for, say, one of your black mirrors and hold a deep angle. I've seen a recent strategy where you'll bring Mirror, you'll put a mirror window right here where the blue tarp is. Thank you, Frost, for hovering over by. And you'll put a mirror so that it can see deep into the cigar lounge area. Essentially, you just prevent the attackers from moving in. They know that if they cross in a cigar lounge, they're taking a risk that you might just get swung on. For Arial Arise without Mira in play, they're still going to opt for somewhat of a similar strategy with holes open in the wall close, but not in the wall far, so they can protect against the attackers. And the one big key point here is that if the attackers can't get inside of far back store, they can't get solid footing to attack deeper over towards Cocktail. Fortunately for Oghair, it looked like he did shoot a mute jammer, so the denial of the hard breach from Slasher is not going to be as prevalent. I don't think that's going to be the end of the world, though.
But if you want a mirror window upstairs, you can bring gadgetry to help with that. I mean, Goyo shields and traditional deployable shields have mirror window slits. And you can counter that with ADSs and my pancakes, and that mirror window is going to be a fixed position. The attackers are going to have to burn a lot of resources if they want to break down. And Arial Rise, to their credit, did that exact same strategy in round 2 over in Washroom. So if you incorporate that as a time denial strategy, it might work out for you. Now, trust only your squad. They have control of the West. They now have Piano and Cordell on the rappel of the south white window. He's going to find himself in one of those Goyo shields right in front of him. But he has flashbangs. He can coordinate that burn. There is one ADS over on pallet, so it shouldn't be too difficult, but it's going to be on the drones and the IGLs of Trusted on your squad to identify and break down.
So far, purely in the vertical extension, I would chalk this one up to a success for Arial Arise, and the fact that there is a minute and 20 seconds, and Toys don't look at all comfortable to begin their attack. Without auxiliary pressure coming in from mining, I'm uncertain about the future of this round. Now with Dami tacking off on a Slasher, that's not going to help you get much farther. For the reorientation, it looks as though Toys are going for more of a horizontal push now, but Lava certainly is not helping that. Cordell, the buck is gone. You've lost your soft destructure, your hard breach. You don't have any vertical play onto the site, and now Bino's gone too. It's up to the Maverick, the M4, the Sophia, and her M762 to try and get anything done in this round. And swinging the corner, Arial Arise, they're all coordinating expertly. Jaeger still upstairs, uncleared, playing the vertical angle, locks off. Red Hall is an opportunity. Charging forward, we'll see one kill go down for Woods. He's instantly traded, but in a 1v4 with an outpouring, a maelstrom of bullets, there's no way Jello's getting into reading.
I never saw Trust Only a squad play together as a roster until it was a 2v5, and at that point it's too late. But we just saw them throughout the map haphazardly playing by themselves on an island with no ability to get refragged. And the one refrag was meaningless. That was the push in through the reading door. And at that point, all hope was lost. When you clear out that top floor, you have to relegate the majority of your attacking force to push out those roamers. And it's difficult to do so. You're going to be pushing in through the no man's land of Piano. You're going to be pushing through the no man's land of Bar. But if you don't do that, you're going to find yourself with so little time left on the clock that you're forced to fly in through a fatal funnel.
And it looked like Arial Arise was perfectly positioned for the eventuality that they were well aware of. They knew that round was going to come down to the just kind of straight-lace push right on into the site, and wow, it did not work whatsoever. Giving Arial Arise a confident showing, I would say their best defense so far, and a strategy that completely backed them up. I mean, Chief, Toys just, they saw it, and they were like, nope, we're not dealing with that, we're going somewhere else.
Now, will Trust Only Your Squad go for another linear take through Big Bakery? Sure, they're able to win round 1, but did they win it on their attacking execute? No, not really. They spent 2 minutes outside Big Bakery. They looked at their wristwatches and they're like, uh-oh, we have to go catch our train, and just ran into the bomb site and won gunfights. There's just no way that's a sustainable strategy. And Arial Arise is going for almost the exact same defensive strategy. It's a full extension, not only to the second floor, but to the third floor as well. And if you attempt to drone that out as Trust Only Your Squad, you're going to lose a lot of those coveted resources.
And for Arial, or rather for Toys, I think in this round they have to decide early what the game plan is going to be because of how much time was wasted last time by that late rotation. And credit to Toys, they got the frags that made it almost happen. And it was kind of just the ugliness of the beginning of that round that really set them off track early. If Arial Arise want to move this more closer to a win, I think they should be keen to look at, whether or not falling back early if Toys are applying a lot of vertical pressure could be the right move, or if staying up here is going to benefit them more. We'll have a direct take early in the round where Toys are going for a strategy of let's push upstairs, let's address the extension and not just do what we did last time, which was kind of just play a fool and go for the direct site push. Look like some explosives is detonated. Perhaps the cigar hatch open. Wings shoots a few drones as he falls back, but the site, rather walls on the second floor, already having been open. Toys preparing their mid-floor strategy.
This is unique from Arial Rise. Those Melusi placements upstairs, one of them over by the Humidor, that doesn't make sense because it's a free melee. You have nobody playing that position to get the information. Now, the one over by U-Bar, you can collect that with a Nitro Cell. You hear somebody in the DJ booth of that Wub Wub, and as soon as that's gone, you just send your Nitro Cell up and you guarantee yourself a kill. Cordell, who was remodeling all of Cafe, has now lost his life. He was the one that was tasked with that vertical control, but he was doing all that vertical control on that third floor, trying to pressure away that defense. Now, fortunately for Trust Squad, they still have a sledge in play, so not all hope is lost. But if you want to break down the wall between Java, you're going to have to rotate one of the ranged soft breachers. Hopefully that Ash, so you can put that more precisely.
Opening up that position would certainly be helpful in dislodging the remaining members of Arial Arise. But let's talk about what positions we see currently being held by the defense. It looks like Arial are kind of just playing wherever they feel keen to, but Jello and Matbong are certainly starting to apply that on-site pressure. Og will finally get something in for his team in responding to the earlier casualties of Dami and Lava, but now Og himself, the Vigil, starting to get tagged up just a slight bit. Rounding the corner, Wings a near miss, but he'll get the headshot, the plant going down. Wings jumping through the coverage, it's not there, and they all line up for Wings. A triple kill, Arial Arise win kitchen.
Line them up, knock them down. Arial Rise, they find their impacts. And again, trust only your squad. They waste too much time doing other things on the map. They understand the rhyme and the reason. They know that they have to clear out the map, but they're just not doing it efficiently. And at the end of the day, it's costing them. It's going to be on the IGL of trust only your squad to say, we need to do things at a certain time frame. And if that means he needs to write down the clocks, we have top floor control at 2:15 on the clock. We have second floor control at 90 seconds on the clock. And we start that vertical control at exactly, we'll call it like 1 minute, 20 seconds on that clock. Then we rotate our troops down at 30 seconds and we push in for our execute. But again, I don't really see them synergizing. It still looks like players on islands playing by themselves. Even their vertical control. Sledge was just almost mindlessly walking around swinging his sledgehammer, and we would see Ash having to place her flat charges on the ceiling to cover the gaps that Sledge never filled.
I think there could be a little bit more in terms of the communication here, but Toys, they have, it seems like, at least the foundations of what needs to happen. Just building up to that next level is what they're missing out on. The coordination, I think playing the trade game could be a little bit more helpful, because what do we see kind of champion a lot of the early phases of these rounds? Either Toys get nothing done and they just get stalled and stopped by Arial, or they've had a few rounds where it feels like they get a confident opening. That's not always so easy to do against a team like Arial Arise. And if you can leverage those consistent opportunities to always give you the heads up, you earn a 5v3. Why don't you play the trade game from there on? Keep that ball rolling downhill from a 5v3 to a 4v2 and then to a 3v1. Like, it just doesn't make sense not to play for the trade. Slow your team down if necessary, and if you find yourself stalling out, as we've seen in some rounds, speed it up, but still play smart.
Trust only your squad has been, well, struggling to find that scoreboard. I mean, your primary entry we haven't even mentioned his name at all yet. And he's the highlight player. He's your flashy gunner. He plays Ashe for a reason because he's better than most defenders. He'll slam you to every single corner. But with his R4C going quiet, that's just concerning all around. And he's now the one that's tasked with droning himself in. Where's your support players? Where's your primary droners? It's their responsibility to do so. And we've seen Ashe go away from, the brain-dead fragger to somebody who needs to participate in utility clears, and that's exactly what he's been doing, but he needs to participate a little bit more. Cordell is going to find himself in a bad position. He is now dead and forced to watch camera.
The next point of focus will be, look like the Goyle playing a Pixel, but they won't have to worry about that for much longer. Dami gone, and in the rearview mirror, we're back at a 4 versus 4. Perhaps Lava going to go for a bit of a kind of mid-round flank, but he second guesses himself, instead just still holding firm on the white stairs. The bathroom, or rather bar back store position last round was such a contentious issue because the attackers in the sub 30-second mark were so focused on Woods just hiding back here that they neglected to even think about the possibility of somebody hiding near the B chassis. As the time gets lower and lower, we head towards a situation that may repeat that. Another problem for the Toys attack has to be smoke canisters compounding with Woods and Wings holding the long angle against the Alda. It's in these low time scenarios. We always see the Alda come out to play. One gas canister detonated, it'll obscure the cigar shop door, but now evaporates. Attacker's position, the two inside cigar working in tandem to secure control of the bathroom. Still holding down the pressure onto Woods. He's out of ammo. Swung by Matt Bonger. Now he'll go down. Arial Arise. They may face another casualty as it's Lava who tries to swing. Og has to protect this here with the Zofia moving through. Matt Bonger for a triple kill. Og barely hanging on. He knows that one player's around the corner, but he has to react. Too many attackers to fight at once. Finally, a confident round for Toys.
And look at the change for Trust Only or Squad. That execute did not happen anywhere close to 0-0. That was a 30 seconds still on the clock. Trust Only Squad did everything they needed to, and then they start to push. They take their gunfights, and Matt Bonger, he doesn't need to be, W shifting because he has enough time. He can be ADS, he can be methodical with those gunfights, taking one, moving over to the next threat, and breaking them down one by one. That's exactly what we need out of Trust Only Your Squad moving forward. Now, technically, they've accomplished 100% of their goal. 4-2 splits are very common. They've won 2 rounds already. So if they win round 6, that's a consolation prize. That's going to be 3-3 at the half and a perfect position to be in when they switch over to defense.
Right, you get that even starting point. You get to kind of refresh the slate and show us what their defenses are going to look like. But it was reading last time we went here that I claimed was the best aerial defense, just because of the way that they had set it up. The Toys attack kind of just walked right into the trap that we had seen set up, and I'm hoping that it doesn't happen again. It kind of draws a parallel to the 2 kitchen rounds that we had seen. Though it was the first being a win for Toys and the second an Arial Rise closeout, the early struggle for Toys to get map control, I think, was the biggest problem in that round. And kind of the indecisiveness, not knowing where you want to begin the push, led down into the hill of the there's no time left for the execute situation. That could happen again, but not if Toys attack it in the same way that they just did last round in round number 5. Understanding, communicating which areas they're going to go for, and sticking to the plan. Even if one thing goes wrong and you face the opening death, persevering and continuing to go on with the execute.
We're going to see the return of Castle. I love how he's currently being used. One of his castle barricades is placed over here in Cocktail Lounge on that east window. One of the best ways for an attacking lineup to break down this pressure and actually stop the rotation of the defenders going through that hatch is that window. And now if you want to do so, you have to rotate an explosive device of some kind. And now you could have 2 cents on your Ashe and your Zofia, and it's just a flat place charge, and that will go away. However, with Zofia bringing out the Claymore, you're going to have to relegate extra utility, all of Ashe's flat place charge. And remember, vertical pressure is going to be incredibly important, and the opportunity of utility will come into effect.
Again, horizontal pressure is the plan for Toys, who have decided what they want to do early here. However, Dami could be going for a flank to try and disrupt this. Drones go through for Bino, so perhaps the Ash, with the rest of the team focused on applying pressure actually on site, is going to try to still flank around. Nah, it's not going to work for Bino. Wings will find it. Og gets another one too, tapping onto Jello, and Arial Arise secure a 5 versus 3. Matt Bonger, Cordell, and Slasher, if they work together, it's not the end of the world, but it's just that they have to work together. A solo play huge for Cordell. He peeks over the bar. Matt Bonger, he gets another huge pick, equalizing the man count, denying the advantage for Arial, and shutting down Woods. This is totally doable. If Toys focus with 55 seconds, surely they can get an attack through here.
Yeah, what happened to Arial Rise? They had the man advantage, and make sure you're constantly playing on it. Don't have defenders solo roaming off site. You can't guarantee your refrag. We've been praising Arial Rise for the ability to always get another kill within that 3-second window. Now here's one of their stumbles, and this is an important round. This is the one that dictates if it's going to be a 2-round advantage or a tie at the half. Refrags go back and forth between these rosters once again. There's not a lot of time left on the clock. Slasher's gonna have to start to put the bomb down, but all that vertical play that Trust Only Your Squad's worked to achieve has now been lost. It's gonna be utilized against them. We're gonna find ourselves in a post plan, but it's all in vain. It's Arial Rise taking the victory in round 6 and a great retake of the top floor and the bomb site.
Smart play by Og there. He knew that if the top floor had been cleared by his teammate, to just go up, use the shotgun, and open up all sections of the floor. When you're stuck in the defuse, there's nothing you can do about a UMP rattling off above you. You have to stick it. Unfortunately for Toys, it'll cost them the round. Moving to the second half, Arial Arise with the 2-round lead, stretching themselves ahead, but now they have to show us what they're prepared to do with their attacks. Being that this is Toys' map pick, to my understanding, that's not going to be so easy. If we've seen Trust Only Your Squad prepare for this map, bring some strategies that are tailor-built to try and contest and contend with Arial, there could be quite the future. But Chief, we have the gridlock.
I'm on board. I'm hashtag Team Gridlock. Open up those hatches quicker. Stop your flank watch. I mean, Trust Only Your Squad never ran a flank watch. They never actually really had drones, at least using that overhead throughout those 6 rounds. I was trying to look for those drones. I never saw one. But Arial Rise, they never went for a flank other than in round 6, and that was when it was the most costly for Trust Only Your Squad. Now, if Toys wants to go for that exact same strategy, they have to be careful, because they're going to step on some spiky discs, and we all know how competent of a roster Arial Rise is. There's no way they leave their flanks open, so it's hopefully going to be a tandem information system with those drones as well as those track stickers.
Get you in the first site we'll have a look at, and Toys, for their part, are playing a fairly simple strategy, kind of similar to what Arial Arise did in some of their kitchen setups, where you have a large focus on burning the drone economy. Your Vigil, your Mute, and your Mazio, all being brought to try and dance around that topic and deny, got a little bit of a drone meetup there, but deny Arial Arise from getting all that intel, which is so crucial. You cannot afford to leave uncertainty surrounding the off-floor areas of this map, because that's your backbone. How are you going to focus on pushing the site when you're constantly worried, and still in the back of your mind lingers the possibility that an area of the map you left uncleared has a member of Toys hiding in it?
One thing that we never saw Trust Only Your Squad do is to have like a multi-pronged assault where you're applying pressure on the other side of the map. But the way Arial Rise is taking, they already have Dami on the second floor in a long angle from those west windows, and they've also situated Wings, the Zofia, over on Hell's Door. So if Trust Only Your Squad wants to rotate through the red stairs or through brown stairs, it will be fully locked up. They're only going to be able to go through the white. Now, we've seen Arial Rise actually rotate players over to the white squares, utilizing the garage as a fixed position. So just about every flank watch might just deliver a kill. And Matt Bonger, one of the primary roamers, in a firefight to the death that took up to 90 seconds, he's now lost his life. He did waste enough time, but will it actually be enough?
I think secure trade there. The cost analysis could benefit Toys. With Dami gone, whatever remaining smokes or track stingers, whatever he had, could now be forfeit. And for Arial Arise, they kind of have to refocus and say it's time to move a little bit faster. Get focused on taking control of the objective, because the longer you linger on the top floor, it's just going to leave you in a worse position off. Arial Arise are an incredibly competent team, though. They can coordinate, they have the chemistry to work in those low-time environments where pushing in, you have to be able to trust and have confidence in your teammates. Toys, they have extensions, they have people off-site, so they're not completely comprised with the turtle hold, but Arial Arise have all of the doors, at least for Red Hall, locked off. Jello's stuck inside walk-in closet. Arial Arise, 30 seconds to go.
Hard breaching and soft breaching still taking place, trying to remove as much of that ceiling as possible, making Toys sit uncomfortably in their bomb site. But they can use Father Time now as their primary asset, because Arial Rise will have to take gunfights, and we've seen how good trusting your squad is in those scenarios. Wing will collect one, but Og working his way down those white stairs. He's gonna have to deal with the VIP pressure, and it's an onslaught on the bomb site. Both these rosters once again trading back and forth, but Wings with the flick. It's a double headshot for him. The 180-degree shot. He's built different and just better.
Bouncing from gunfight to gunfight, get off Wings! Oh my god, what a play! With his teammates falling, with the time so low, he still got in, and the Zofia, man, Wings made it happen. Arial Arise, 5-2, stepping only one round away from match point and from potentially going up 1-all in this series. Quite the performance there from the attack, and man, Arial Arise have got me excited for what's to come in this best of 5.
I'm still perplexed at how he did that. Like, how would you even think through that? He's being challenged from one side. He's like, oh no, I'm being pressured from the other side. He's now become the bigger threat. That was just an incredible call. Wow. In a million years, I would have never predicted that to come through. We saw the pressure in VIP, and I assume there's no chance Arial Rise can be able to rotate from white, but I guess gunfights and gun skill is what separates, teams from lesser teams. Sure, strategy is important, but sometimes when you hit Doomsday Hour, when the clock strikes 0, you have to click heads. Trust on your squad. They did that in round 1 in spectacular fashion, but in round 7, it's a fire fest. The fireworks go off for Arial Rise. Trust on your squad, though. They will attempt the exact same bomb site. They're bringing out pretty much the same lineup, and the problem was not their strategy. They just never gunned.
It's quite a difficult revelation to make, that you lost the round just because you couldn't fight back. And I have to say, this is going to be one of the most important rounds. And it shows us the importance of what the difference between a 2-4 and a 3-3.5 would have looked like. If Arial Arise had just come off of round number 7 with a win, I mean, that would be fine. But with every passing win, the differential, the distance between Toys and Arial, it gets larger. And Arial Arise stretched themselves out. It looked like Wings had just spotted one player jumping up on the bookshelf inside reading room. That's a little bit of intel, but doesn't look like Arial Arise can immediately act on it. Still in the process of taking the top floor control of clearing out the roamers the Toys have kind of surrounding the cocktail tarps and Whitehall area. So far, patience, the name of the game. They move slowly. And Wings, he does manage to get Jello. Such an important kill, and oh no. Cordell, he crumples to the ground. Toys, in a very short amount of time, have just completely lost his control. Wings can't be stopped. Matt Bonger is still up here. He's separated. He's on his lonesome. Oh no.
Well, at least Wings is dead. He got fragged. The hot hand has silenced temporarily, but Slash is now the only friend Toys has left in the race. Forced to go against 3. One of his opponents, Og, is damaged, but that's not going to be a big task. It's going to still be the majority that SMG-11 forced to finish off everybody. Slasher is going to actually retake that top floor. he has not been caught out on a drone. There's 2 people droning in front of him. He lines them both up, but only pulls the trigger on one. Og has lost his life. That could have been a huge oversight. Now Ariel Rise knows the bomb site is free, and it's going to be Slasher forced to either utilize the holes against the attackers, but since Ariel Rise won so many gunfights, they never actually completed the reconstruction of that second floor. Diffuser's placed down, Slasher on the wall bang, but Ariel Rise and Lava finishes the day. It's match point now for Ariel.
Looking like we could be staring down Arial Arise stealing out Toys' first map pick in this grand final series as match point has arrived. 6-2. Heading next, the site Toys, it's their darkest hour, the moment where they have to get this going. If they want any momentum to start building in their corner for Cafe, it's got to start here on Bar and Cocktail. For their defense, big focus on that intel play, bringing your Echo, your Maestro, and then have the rest of your standard operators to use for the hold. Jaeger, Smoke, Wamai, I think it makes sense, though the lack of somebody to bring an extra shield to place for, say, maybe like inside of the bar back store area, you don't have the triple shield setup, as far as I've known, just with the count of the shields. Yeah, you only have 2, so theoretically, you could put 1 in Pixel. I think there's no question that there's going to be a shield there, but you have to decide whether having 1 in Bathroom is going to be valuable like Ariel Arise did, or if it's going to be in the bar backstore area.
And let's return to the scoreboard temporarily, Tequila. I mean, trust on your squad. They're playing pretty much the same pace. Everybody's fragging at the same rate, but yet rounds are going down to their inability to collect heads. And the same storyline that we've seen through all Cafe is hurting Trust only your squad. They just can't get refrags. And that seems to be a structural problem where they're just not playing together. And what I call the refrag window is about 3 to 5 seconds, which means you have to be in an area of effect of 3 seconds of your teammate. As soon as you see that flashing skull and crossbones, you either have to swing or retreat. And every single time, Trust on your squad, they retreat. They don't want to take the gunfights until they're backed up against the wall and Wings flies at you and wins his ones. You need to be dynamic. And what's concerning about the lineup we see, I don't know if deployable shields are going to solve that issue. Sure, it's going to give you a fixed position to sit behind, but if you're not playing with a team, it doesn't matter if you have cover or not.
It's not, the be-all, end-all solution. Just because you play a shield, you're going to be able to secure the trades. I'll pose a question to you. Which player, if Toys can win this round, is going to be the one who carries them over the line?
Oh, I'd say Matt. I mean, he's brilliant in everything he does. Plus, he has the Alda. 82 bullets. I mean, and he clicks heads. I mean, he's your man.
All right, I'm down for that. Cordell, the first word. He'll get Wings as Ariel Arise have a bit of a misstep in the initial stages. This round looks like Og kind of getting pestered by the Evil Eye there. Stopped and forced back just a little bit. But that shouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Dami's got the coverage, watching for the deep angles. A few bullets spraying there through the sofa. I'm not sure exactly what the purpose of that is. Og just cannot find this Evil Eye. I wonder if it's on the floor or through the drone hole. It looks like he's finally identified it. Og still taking more and more damage as Mapbonger. He tries to search for it through the floor. It won't work. Ariel Arise down by 2, needing to recover their position. Og, oh no, it could be a kill like that gets things going. However, no, Cordell will stop it in its tracks. That plan, it's not going into action. Lava continued to be tagged up by the Evil Eye, way over by the Heaven balcony. And now Lava taken down, it's just up to Woods.
Woods has been silent for most of the series, but that's just because he's playing support. He hasn't really had the opportunity to get into gunfights. And now that he's in a 1v3, maybe a temporary 1v3, because he has the opportunity of bringing Lava back up to 20 HP. But still a lot of time to shine for Woods. His teammate Lava falls to an Evil Eye, and that's just been the bane of everybody from Ariel Arise. It's been over 100 damage lost to that gadgetry, and now all HP has been lost. Trust on your squad, they survive another round.
Maybe the Twitch pick has got to come through here if they want to stop those Evil Eyes, because they were just zapping away. Moving into the next round, still match point. The safety net's still here for Arial Arise, but Toys starting to creep their way back in. We won't see Kitchen again in the next site. It'll be Reading and Fireplace. Goyo being brought out alongside the Mute does signal to me that this will be the extension strategy. And I'm quite intrigued to see how Toys' look at it will be compared to Arial Arise's very successful extension upstairs. It wasted so much time. The one key difference immediately that I've detected is the lack of the castle.
You know what's something that's interesting? If we look at how Ariel Rise is taking gunfights, the majority of them are off pre-fires. And Trusting Your Squad is playing the most basic default angles, and they're also exposing themselves. There's no way you should just be sitting behind a deployable shield and die to a pre-fire. That's just this bad positioning on the defense's part. Now, sure, Trusting Your Squad was able to win that round, and to their credit, my criticism of them not playing together as a roster, it changed in round 9. Look at the utility they're bringing out. We saw Echo drones, we saw Maestro cameras. All of that was being used, and Ariel Rise hit a brick wall. They crashed and burned, but you still have to be conscious of what shields you're using, because if you give yourself away to a pre-fire twice in the same position, that mistake starts to compound.
You can never play predictably in Siege. And, you know, for Arial Arise, they don't have a coach, and I am sort of familiar with the way that they look at Siege. Arial Arise is probably not the team that spends the most time VOD reviewing, just because they're so confident in their individual play that they don't feel the need to get that extra leg up. And for one slight tangential point here, imagine an Arial Arise that did VOD reviews. But also, it's sort of, you don't have that same weakness that you get exploit. I've seen a lot of teams that kind of just play the same strategy over and over again, especially given my background coming from PS4. The competitive scene on PS4 is just, it's the same thing over and over again. It's like a strat machine that only has one button.
Wait, there's a comp scene on console?
Yeah, go Force.
That's all you got. I mean, technically you guys had Pro League, or Xbox had Pro League, but we all know who's the superior platform. Yeah, PC gang for life. I mean, I made the switch from Xbox, and I'm glad I never came back. But technically, you haven't made the switch yet. You still play on PS4. You just passed on PC.
It pays the bills. What can I say? Natbonger, he finds lava. Arial Arise kind of suffering a little bit more in terms of these opening picks. Now Woods searching for the Mute. Oh no, the mining machine, it's blocking his bullets. Natbonger hangs on. Slasher with the perfect move, and the Nitro sails through to eliminate Og. Oh no, just a colossal collapse in terms of the play. And that's Toys coordinating together, working as a team. Goyo spotted up through the hatch. Wings immediately reacts to that, but meanwhile, Cordell has found Dami. The Flank Watch King is shut down, and Slasher gets the final pick for Toys in round 10, 2 in a row.
That's the problem about putting all of your eggs in one basket. When you line up the attackers in one room, they can be gunned down from just about every single available angle. I mean, look at the dead bodies over and mining. It was, what, 5 bodies there for both rosters? I mean, that starts to become a burial ground. And after you lose 1 or 2 attackers in that position, you would think to yourself, yeah, this push really isn't working. We need to try a different vector. And that's going to be that crossfire. So we constantly talk about rotate one of your attackers over to the hell door. At least now you have a 180-degree crossfire, and you can apply some of that pressure to the defenders trying to swing into mining room. You also have the option of having them rappel up to the 2nd floor and using those windows that are facing towards that canal. And again, the same principles in mind. At least now you're setting up a 90-degree crossfire, and the defenders won't have as much freedom to challenge and flank you.
I think Arial Arise could probably do with sort of reeling it in a little bit more, not playing so loose, because they're sort of suffering from kind of a fragment of the issue that Toys had, where there's individual players who are capable, but they aren't working with the rest of their team, and Arial kind of have this capability where sometimes they try their hardest, and then there's one round, one thing that goes wrong, and it starts to kind of slip back and sort of they slouch back in their chair. That's got to be shut down here, because, Chief, this would be such a huge opportunity. Not only purely getting the first word in, the first map win in the series. But imagine how demoralizing it would be for Toys to start off the series and immediately lose their map pick. If Arial Arise perform as I expect them to do on their own map pick, we're already set up for what could be either a crushing defeat or a Penta versus EG style reverse sweep.
That would be exciting to say the least, because we've casted multiple best of fives, but the farthest we've gone is to map 4, so I'm on board for a full map 5 series that has that coveted reverse sweep, because that would just be hype to say the least. But we still have to wrap up the first map here on Cafe, and it's going to start with Arial Rise in round 11, droning things out. Cordell will not be droned out. Og will lose his life, the primary entry no longer a factor, but he had all of that drones in his back pocket. 20% of the drone economy was lost, and since they're not grayed out, that means that they're not on flank watch.
You have to be prepared for your drones to fall silent or your drone commander to go down early. For Arial Arise, the reaction to their early death of Og is to kind of just continue business as usual. Move down towards the second floor. Try to get your sledge in position to play vertically and open up the site so that Lava can try to isolate a pick and maybe give Toys, or maybe give Arial Arise the opportunity to secure this back into the 4 versus 4. Last time we went to Kitchen, it was a damn bloody affair with what had happened on the site. Wings was the difference maker. He flew in at the speed of light, and that round sent shivers down my spine. We could be looking at a similar situation here in this round number 10, but who knows just exactly what will go down. Dami with the flank watch. Track Stingers surround the objective. Wings moves in. Looks like we're going to see the same hatch side drop. They're hiding behind dishes. Oh no, dodging back and forth. Matt Bonger. The Legion could not quite connect. 45 seconds to go as Arial Arise at the 4v4.
Trusting a squad is not expanding their bomb site like they were doing the last time we're downstairs in Kitchen. Oh, the deployable shield has now been placed there. So you have that fixed position, and any angle that Arial Rise will push from is going to be almost impossible. You're going to be swung to the brown stairs, you're going to be swung in from Whiskey, but Dami just hot drops. He takes control, and everything is starting to fall apart for Trust Only Your Squad. They only have 2 players left. One of them was isolated over in Coat, and now it's a player in VIP, forced to go against 4, successful against 1, lobbed off the ground, but Woods is putting the bomb on the deck towards the west. On the other side of the map, it's going to be almost an impossible retake across 2 floors, because Arial Rise has that vertical pressure, but the hard support Woods saves the days. Arial Rise will take map 1.
Phenomenal performance on Toys' map pick a Cafe. Carrying themselves over the line, they head up 1-all here in the Winter Grand Finals, and heading to the next map, I'm not sure quite what to say. This is a real rocketing start, and there could be some heavy momentum in the next map.
I will say, Trust in Your Squad did a great job to gain rounds back on defense. It was looking bad for them after those 2 losses in a row on Kitchen. They're able to fight, so we know they can still show their teeth, but they're going to have to continue to sharpen those claws as we move into the second map. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be diving over to a break real quick. Keep this tab up. We'll be with you in a second. Welcome back to Grand Finals Championship Day here in UPL. It's the winter stint about to be wrapped up. Arial Rise versus Trust Only Your Squad. Map 1. Trust Only Your Squad's map pick, it didn't go in their favor. It ended up being a loss for them, and now it's Arial Rise taking them to Villa. My name is Chief Cass, my partner in crime, the one and only Sticula.
Last time these two teams met during the regular season, it was a 7-2 victory in favor of Trust Only Your Squad, but so far we have seen quite the opposite storyline, with Arial Rise picking up their opponent's map pick of Cafe Dostoevsky. We're heading next to the lovely Italian Villa to see what Arial Rise's map pick looks like. Chief, what predictions do you have as far as operator vetoes?
I'm always in favor of removing one of the ranged hard breachers, usually the Hibana over the Ace, simply because the Hibana charges will give you a lot more precision of what you want to open up, because it's just a straight line shot. Where a Selma charge, you have to do some calculations in your head. You have to bring out your protractor and just lob that Selma charge, and it has to land true exactly where you want it. For example, if you want to open up a 2 drop down wall, well, make sure that you throw it the right place, because if you throw it too low, it's only going to open up one, and you're not going to be able to crouch in. You're going to have to prone in. And that seems like such a niche thing to happen, but it's happened to pros, it's happened to T2, it's happened to T3, and it could happen today.
Nobody likes to have to do math while you're playing Siege, unless it's regarding the KD, and when that happens, everybody is a math professor. Jumping into the operator vetoes, we'll have maybe the ranged hard breacher, the Hibana or Ace you're looking for, or perhaps the Nomad that we saw banned earlier on Cafe Dostoevsky will see no play yet again. Wondering about that one, because there's a lot of roam possibilities here on Villa, and yeah, the Nomad, we'll see her ban. It feels like Nomad is just banned almost every time I cast nowadays.
Yeah, she's become a staple ban. But let's go back to Cafe. We really didn't see Trust Only Your Squad go for any big flanking plays. And if anything, Trust Only Your Squad lost to flanks. So is that really the best ban for them to have? Because on Cafe, we didn't see a single flank drone, and they weren't running gridlock. Now, here on Villa, you have the option of running maybe a different lineup. Zero could come into effect because he does act as a flank watch operator. You can send his cameras downrange on a stairwell, for example, and all you need to do is bring out that iPad and just flip on your cameras and just watch those flanks. You don't need to be gun up or have an air jab to watch your back.
Yeah, I think having it as the fallback is kind of questionable here as to why Toys would ban her again. Falcon Malusi, you've got a good mix of the slowdown and the intel here, and Valkyrie cameras are no fun to constantly have to search for. Though, on Villa for the attackers, we see a lot more IQ, especially when you're talking about the 2 top floor sites. It feels like almost always when you have the way that the operator vetoes are set up here, where Thatcher is banned, you have an IQ brought out to try and go below, to clear out the Electro Claws. Okay. Dami's bringing the Dokkaebi. Not an operator we get to see all too often, and he'll break my heart as it looks like he's going to 6-pick away from it.
You may as well bring the Doki while you can. She's about to lose her frag grenades tomorrow. Well, you wanted a Dokkaebi. I think Lion is close enough to that ballpark. Sticula, this screams to me this is going to be swift, facts, executes. I've casted a couple of games this weekend that was all about Lion plays. And man, did they work on Villa. Because the whole idea behind this map is you clear out the north side of the map, which should take about a minute of your time, and then you apply your 360-degree crossfire, and the defenders are stuck in their bomb site with the inability to really rotate. You confirm that with your drones, then you call in on your Lion scanner, and whether or not you get a red ping or no ping doesn't matter, because that's still information to you.
Information is information, and everything can be helpful to a certain extent. Jello bringing the Mira, who was absent, being banned earlier on Cafe. I'm curious to see how this will play out and what the interchange is going to look like between the slowdown, Goyo, Maestro, Mira setup, compared to Arial Rise, who look like their push is stuck in 5th gear, hoping to go as fast as possible, wasting absolutely no time. Lava with the rappel up to the balcony just outside of Boar signals to me that this is going to be your traditional Master Side take. With Lava here outside the window, he's able to cut off the rotations, forcing Toys to either stand and fight or bail off into the skylight, drop down into grass, or try and drop down lower to Astro. There we go. The red marks will come out, and just like clockwork, the realm has been cleared.
That was great time efficiency. Now, they still need to be careful if they don't find themselves in the bad end of a nitro cell. You coordinate that with the default camera in 90, you can just yellow ping exactly where the attackers are going to be. And as soon as you see that gun barrel, boom, that nitro cell goes off and you guarantee yourself a kill because all of Boar is a soft floor. But Arial Rise, now with the north side of the map in their control, they can start to push towards the south. They are also going to put some of their emphasis on those red stairs just to make sure Trust Only Your Squad doesn't get cute with a retake.
Minute 35. Here goes Og charging forward. Get the Goyo Vulcan. ADS still lingers around. But a lot of utility has been given up here, and for not much gain for Trust Only Your Squad. Run out attempted by the Jaeger. I'm not sure exactly the plan for Cordell in that move. Perhaps looking to catch out your Hard Breacher off guard. A lot of times your Habana or your Ace will sit outside on this rappel while the rest of the team focuses on clearing the Master Side extension and then progressing closer to 90. Your Hard Breacher will sit outside of Study, working in tandem to prevent a rotation between Study and perhaps another area, and also just making sure that he's in the right spot to be able to use that hard breach. With Jello hiding out here, Cordell and somewhat Mapbonger have coverage. It's not going to matter much, though. With Lava now gunning down the Jaeger, the plant has begun. Charging out of the door, Dami manages to have some good footwork evading the Nitro, but Dami immediately right back onto the plant. The swing around the corner doesn't work for the Maestro. Wings get slashed, or Dami sent DBNO before he can get the plant down, and Toys, a 3 versus 2. Og completely separated from his teammate over here by Skull as the Ash tries to go for a hero play. The Goyo, a missed opportunity for Wings to get the cutoff. He'll have to charge in, but the time is low. Mirror window in the way. Mapbonger with the Nitro Cell. The shots, they don't connect onto Bino. Og has to make a huge play here, but Bino denies the defuse. Case out of the hands, and Jello shuts it down.
That mirror window was genius for Trust Only Your Squad. It was just free information. Anytime a member of Arial Rise would attempt to put the bomb down by Gunvault, they would just start to throw bodies at the problem. And what was concerning me about their strategies, I always hate when teams open up that Study wall, because that's a free avenue for the attackers to put you into a crossfire. Because if you attempt to leave the Gunvault door, you're going to have to challenge an attacker who's playing a very long-range game. And a miraculous kill by Trust Only Your Squad to go against the primary hard breach. That was Wood outside on that Study balcony. If Woods won that gunfight, that round would have been completely different for Arial Rise, because Trust Only Your Squad would not have been able to constantly swing from Gunvault, swing from those mirror windows, and take those engagements. A great read by Trust Only Your Squad, but I'd be concerned for them when they move on to the exact same strategy when Planes and Games is available to them in round 4.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that certainly got Toys across the line in the first round of play. Arial Rise's Lion was very successful in clearing out the roam and the extension. It didn't do much when things got down to the actual site push, and I wonder if we looked back at the tape, what maybe more the Lion could have done, especially if he had survived for when was it the third plant attempt? The fourth? The second? I'm not quite sure. When it finally came down to the dying moments of that round, if there was a Lion scan to trap the Wamai in position to stop the plant from being denied, if that might have changed how we saw round 1.
I think you're right. It would have absolutely changed round 1, but we're in a different round. We won't even be able to visit that for a while now, and we're going to have to see what Arial Rise attempts to do as they, clear in from the west. I want to see them execute on that Boar window again. Same philosophy, playing. But actually, I might be on board for this 90 rappel as well, because it does the exact same thing. It forces Trust Only Your Squad in the position where they won't be able to rotate. And look at their positioning. 2 members over to the south by the main stairs. That's almost an impossible rotation point. Cordell with a miraculous gunfight. He loses the majority of his HP, but he's able to hightail it out of there. No dock available to him, so he's going to be forced to take all future gunfights with that HP. Now, you can look at trying to reset him by shooting a bullet through the wall, but that strategy isn't effective anymore. But what is SMG-11 swinging door frames.
Lava tried to solo push through the study threshold, and he suffered as a result because there was no opening made in the aviator wall and no one else from his team creeping in from games. That frag seemingly will go untraded. Cordell getting some exercise, running in place over here by Big Ben. For the Legion, he's low HP as well. These are two big opportunities for Trust Only Your Squad, or rather for Arial. Because we know that they can gun. If they can just eliminate these two defenders, that's going to give them a 3 versus 2 or 3 versus 3. I'm not sure quite what the lineups might look like. Matt Bonger, he saves the day. He gets 1 frag back, but now Arial Arise, who were just in a man disadvantage, with the disconnection and the refrag trade we just saw, they're at equal.
The problem is the diffuser is surrendered over by Study. Woods is going to have to rotate up. He was over towards the east by Master Bedroom, trying to apply that angle crossfire. But now, with Arial Rise under 60 seconds, it's pretty much going to be a solo push through door frames. They need to utilize their drone economy to determine which bomb site is going to be best to push through. But Slasher has the majority of his utilities still in his back pocket. 2 of those toxic bangs, which is going to equal to 20 seconds of time denial. Dami is actually in a position where he can go for this firefight against Jello. He can bring out that pulse cardiac sensor for pseudo wall hacks for temporary information, but that's going to be at the opportunity cost of making a loud noise and the ability for Arial Rise to just steamroll in. 20 seconds left on the clock. It's now do or die for Arial Rise.
Gas canister, it still blocks the progress, but no more for Slasher as they'll have to take the fight. Charging forth, the UMP finds one. Woods cut out of position, and Jello guns him down for the final blow. Toys take another round in a row, and the pause, it'll be called, but another confident one there on the board for Toys. So far, so good for the defense on Villa.
They're doing everything right. Even the boa constrictor strategy of Arial Rise, it hasn't brought them any dividends. They cut off the flank, they take gunfights, and they just lose gunfights that we haven't seen Arial Rise lose in this series. Maybe, during that 5-minute off break, Trust on your squad, they ran into aim labs, they played some additional T-hunts because it looks like the mechanical skill of these players has changed. And what was concerning me about Cafe is we know that Trust on your squad wants to take the gunfight straight to their opponents. It was absent in map 1, but it's finally here in map 2.
You love to see players be able to hold their own and continue to actually be able to skirmish back and forth. 2 rounds so far. As far as what the future of this might look like, we have a flawless rotation pending, possibly, depending on how the next site goes. Between kitchen, dining, and living room library, Chief, where do you think we're going?
Definitely not library, as much as I'd love to see it. I mean, library has been a bomb site that gets played in every new meta. People want this bomb site to work out. I want this bomb site to work out. We just have never found ourselves in a strategy that allows it to. I mean, technically, it is the best bomb site in Rainbow Six Siege. It has the highest win rate, at least, but it has a sample size of 3. Actually, no, it's been lost once, I think, when it was brought out in the first part of NAL, which means the best bomb site is Barroom Stock, which was played once and won once.
Always love to get a bit of a look at those off-quaternary sites. We have dining and kitchen going to be played, though. No surprise for Toys. Mutant Mossy being brought out. So we have a little bit of a vertical extension possibly in the works in the drone denial. Certainly to be at center stage. Pulse and Legion, though. I like the Pulse, especially on this site, being able to use the cardiac sensor not only for the vertical nitro game, but also to spot out if there's any players inside a pantry. It can be very useful. The Legion, I don't know, though. I don't think Legion really has as much value that you need here.
I mean, maybe if you're going to use them to make rotations, stop the fast execute. I mean, Ariel Rise, they're capable of going for the full send pantry rush, but let's be real. I think they're going to go through the methodical, clear out the map, take the top floor, remove the ceiling, make sure the defenders don't have the bunker strategy, and then take that fast execute is pretty much my hypothesis of what Ariel Rise is going to do, but you have to be prepared for every contingency, and maybe that's what Trust Only a Squad is going for. Also, the T5 is a good gun. It goes bird and also has the best skin in game.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We always love to see the Dark Zero skin. But Toys, it looks like they're going to be taking a bit of a step back for a little while longer. Not sure exactly what the ruling is. We're going to go ahead and confirm that before we jump forth to the rehost. But until it's confirmed, this round will continue as usual. For Toys, they do have the Mute Mozzie all being introduced here to try and hold off. The way the Toys are playing this is so unusual. With Cordell kind of just lingering at the bottom of the stairs here near Mexico. Oh, there he goes.
Now, I believe they called that rehost after the prep phase, and they've already used one rehost, so I think they get... Okay, so admin just confirmed, and you have an unlimited amount of rehosts, but it just is a time frame, so you have 10 minutes. So if that means one rehost, that's one rehost. Or if that means 10 rehosts, you have that option. But the Slaughterfest is going to continue. Frags going back and forth, but Trust Only a Squad with that man disadvantage from the start of this round. It's going to compound as they now have a single man disadvantage. One of their players, Bino, been precise, lost his gunfight on the Jaeger. No real utility loss, but a good gun to 416, unable to play.
Gotta be prepared to take those aim battles. This one's certainly gonna come down to the wire with all of the fights. Ariel Arise, 90 seconds to get their final positions. And they have the sledge, which could be the X factor here for them as lava begins to open up all of the floors. Toys are forced to squirm. They don't quite know which areas are safe and where they might be able to hide from the oncoming attack. Plenty of utility. We know what Wings can do, especially when Ariel Arise or back down. Slasher has very little HP to take any of these fights. But Ariel are playing quite cautiously, not wanting to give up this round, this opportunity. Moving forward, Slasher, he checks the angle with the sledge. It's just better. He'll hit the shots first. The reaction time serving him well.
A 2v4. All of those coveted nitrocells and the apex of the Toy strategy will be no more. And a good attempted flick shot for Jello, but he won't find his target. He's now lost his life. Matt Bonger on full HP going against two members of Ariel Rise who are below 50 HP and the others sitting on 100. It's going to be a difficult engagement for that P10 Roni, but if anyone's capable, it's going to be Matt. He finds one. Wings getting too aggressive, losing his life, but it's an answer back for Lava on the vertical angle from above. Round 3, that's going to be a victory for Ariel Rise, and it seems like we'll still need the rehost for Trust Only a Squad.
Indeed we will. So we're going to jump over that as quick as we can and try to get everything back on track as far as Villa here in the grand finals. 3 rounds so far. Not the largest sample size to think about, but still definitely with 1 round left in the pocket. As far as 1 map win in the pocket, I think Ariel Arise can afford to kind of lay back. Maybe if Villa is not going their way, it's not the end of the world. Even if they do end up losing this and Toys can crawl back, that would just put us at equal again.
Do you think we're going to see the Collegian Special here today, Reese, where you win your opponent's map through the entire series?
It's hard to say. I don't think I've casted a best of 5 where it goes like map, like back and forth, but I don't know.
I mean, that's true. Most best of 5s, at least the ones I've casted, it's been somebody wins 2 rounds, somebody wins 2 rounds, or somebody wins, the middle round and then ends up losing on map 4. But what I have to say is Ariel Rise, they're known for their lethality, and they've kind of been stumbling. Sure, they're able to take round 3, but their other examples, round 1 and 2, that wasn't, the airplane nation that we know them to be. And I do have to say, though, I am still concerned about that planes and games defense for Trust Only a Squad. So when we do end up going there in round 4, we're going to have to see what both these teams are capable of. We're going to have to take a step back, though, for the next 5 minutes or so while we deal with this rehost. So please don't go anywhere. Keep our tab open. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to jump into Villa. The rehost has concluded. Thank you all for sticking by us as we work things out. And the word from the admin is round 3 will not count. So we're going to resume. We're going to head to round 3, and we'll have that same question posed of dining or living room library. Probably going to be dining, I would say. It doesn't make much sense to go anywhere else. And so this is an opportunity for Arial Arise to perhaps sneak forward and end the winning streak that we currently have embarked as far as toys are concerned.
You know how cool would it be if they added a bomb site downstairs in the basement? Because we all know living room library isn't played, and in competitive, how often do you see downstairs basement actually used? Other than maybe somebody rotating down there as an escape route, or maybe a pulse lurking, trying to, grab free information. It would be so dope to have a map with 5 bomb sites, but it doesn't really matter. We're going back to round 3 again. Kitchen dining, which was an aerial victory, was taken away since the rehost was not properly set up. So round 3, starting all once again, and everything that we learned, we can forget about. We're going to see probably Nitrocell Bonanza. There are 3 currently in play, being coupled with a pulse.
Dining room and kitchen. The way that Arial Arise could go about this is in the same way last time, where they just say, let's go into master. Let's show toys what we're made of, or they could go about kind of more of a extended study take. I have seen a few times where you'll go for that study over push, but it can waste a lot of time. Curiously, Og is going to bring the IQ instead of the Ash, which does leave you with a little bit less in terms of the soft destruction if Evil Eyes, Melusi Banshees, or any other bulletproof utility is a question. But that won't be so much of a problem here. You have a Twitch that could theoretically dispatch with those pieces of utility. So far for Arial Arise, wait, Og doesn't have the G8?
G8 go burr, though, Reese. I mean, it's an LMG that acts as an AR, and you just have so many bullets. It's like the auto of attack. It's just delicious to use. But, I mean, sometimes people like longer ranged optics. Now, since IQ doesn't have access for ACOG anymore, by long range, you have a 1.5 times sight, but that 1.5 times sight is also pretty crispy, so I can't really complain there. You have access to an angle grip, and the Commando was kind of refreshing to see again, because she was that gun was a staple of IQ until the G8 got the angled grip. So, sometimes we need some extra variety in our lives.
For toys, they have plenty of intel to work with, but curiously, they're going to continue to bring the Legion. They're not giving it up, they're not getting rid of it, and they're going to bring those goo mines as long as we keep going to dining room and kitchen. Arial Arise, they're already outside of the master bedroom. Moving in, their drones will be forced to encounter perhaps Mozzie pests or mute jammers. Those are always so problematic in stopping the drone work. Toys have plenty of members upstairs, but again, we'll see Dami still sort of in a flank watch role, waiting outside of the boar window with hopes to try and cut off some of these defenders as they rotate back.
Jello has all the information in the world. He knows exactly where Arial Arise is playing. He can relay that to his teammates, but the holes that Slasher made, that actually can be worked against him. Cordell won the gunfight, that's wings off the board. Zofia falling, that could be a big pick, but you don't have any real things that need to be destroyed. There's no Goyo shields in play. There's no Melusi Wubwum. Slasher's Nitrocell will finish off what was left of Lava. And that's the push for Arial Rise starting to crumble. Your best operators at the vertical play are no more. And the damage hour is getting worse as Dami's now falling.
Arial Arise, they're low on manpower without much that they can still do. Luckily, they got the AK-12, and they have smokes that you could theoretically use for plant coverage, but with nitros, with explosives still left, with the cardiac sensor being on the board, there's just not much that you're going to be able to do to stop this plant or even get the plant going. If toys want to stop it, it's likely they'll be able to. And for Arial Arise, they're going to have to win this on gunfights. So let's look for them. Woods coming over by the detention door, rather window, hoping to get in, but the defense are playing keep away. Not giving him any of these openings, any gunfights for him to fight or rotate. Maybe going to come in from pottery, but little does he know, Cordell rotates at just the right moment, leaving Og, the IQ, alone in the world in a 1v5.
Man, I would be so mad if I died to that. I mean, that's also a pretty brutal angle that Og had there too, but a 1v3 now, it's more winnable. It's still very difficult. Og is a phenomenal player. He's going to have to push through one of these door frames, but everything has been green barricaded, so it's going to be impossible to do so. Spraying through the wall with the pistol, utilizing IQ gadgetry perfectly. Jello will receive some HP loss, but it's not going to be all that much. A 9mm pistol traveling through wood just doesn't have the stopping power as you would desire. 14 seconds left on the clock. Og does not have the diffuser. He dies to the nitro cell. Trust only a squad. They play off time. They play off their nitros. And a great round. It's a flawless split for them.
3 big ones right in a row. Arial Arise struggling to get their feet out under them here on Villa. And quite curiously so, given that this is their map pick, I wonder what the idea behind going here was. And, you know, maybe it's just Villa being kind of a difficult one to get started on. And Arial Arise are having a few tripping moments where they just have to get settled in here. As far as the beginning stages, it's defense on Villa, but Villa's fairly even, I would say. If you look at the statistics more recently in terms of round economics, but you know, I would have figured for this to be Ariel's map pick, that would have meant something.
Same strategy being brought up by Trust Playing Swan and return to a point that we were making so long ago back at the end of round 1. We have to see how Trust Playing Swan is going to deal with a plant scenario behind the gun vault door, because that mirror window was so crucial to providing information, but also really the reason why they won that round was the gunfight on the player that was sitting over by the study balcony. If that happens again, Trust Player Swan is going to be in a great position to win. However, you as a defender should never be able to win a gunfight against an attacker that's either upside down repelled or just showing the top of his forehead in his gun barrel. Like, that's just a miracle shot. I mean, also, look at the ranged optics that the defense has. At most, they have access to 1.5 times sight. And actually, all the operators they have will not be bringing that. So you're going to be going a 1 times optic against a 2 times, and plus the increased firepower, the 5.56 round, it's just not a likely engagement.
Not a very favorable one, definitely not. For Arial Arise, they've dropped the Lion in returning here to Aviator, which is the one wild card we saw come through in the first round, and the Lion was very successful. So it's interesting that we see them swap away from it. The Lion, what that did essentially was, it said to Toys, either you're going to stay in this position and you're going to try to fight us and you're not going to be able to move without us having full intel on your positions, or you have to run away. Toys in that round chose to save their life and run away, and it gave Arial Arise easy control, incredibly easy control of the entirety of the north side of the top floor.
Vertical pressure is coming in, something that you don't see every day for an attacking roster executing from the north side of Villa. But the reason why that flat breaching charge was placed was to grab the rotation of defender that is flanking those Astro stairs. That way, you have the high ground and you're always able to take that gunfight to them. Instead, the defender would push up the stairwell itself and kind of head glitch on that half wall. And you as an attacker, while that might not be incredibly favorable, it's a 50-50 engagement, but at least when you have the high ground, it's always going to put whoever has that in that control. Now, Arial Rise is going to start the rotation over to the south. There's plenty of members of Trust Only a Squad that was ready to get aggressive and take the gunfight to them, but that scenario hasn't yet panned out.
In fact, no real gun battles having gone down, only a slight bit of damage on the Beano. Not very conclusive at all. Closing in on 90. 50 seconds on the clock as Og tries to play the dirty angle, the rat angle right through the drone hole. What the Ash doesn't know, there's a player hiding around the corner, just at the threshold of the game's door, playing prone with support from the top study player of the Goyo. Ariel seem to kind of be at a standstill here in this round. They'll try and use the Selmas here to get a bit of momentum going, and Slasher for his attempt to peek at taking a hellstorm of bullets. Dami will again play the dancing game of jumping onto the plant but then bailing off. Knowing that Jello has a Nitro, that could be a huge problem, but nobody has one in their hands. It's Cordell who gets the first frag, and the Nitro finally sails on through. Toys suffering no deaths so far, in a commanding position. This mirror window, it's still up, it's still in the fight, and with one player below, there's just no chance in this round.
That's a flawless round for Trust Only Her squad. That was a masterclass of a defense. My concerns about the inability to win a gunfighting vault never panned out, simply because Ariel Rise, they put pressure there, but the swing wasn't answered by Trust Only Her squad. They realized that was a death trap for them, and instead they kept all that main stairs pressure as the ability to flank from underneath and challenge those pre-made vertical holes on the gun vault door. Perfectly done by Trust Only Your Squad. And that's the problem about going for a linear execute from one door frame in the last 20 seconds of the round. You're going to have every amount of utility and the kitchen sinks thrown straight at you.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to get down to those final moments. If you don't acknowledge things early, we all know that it's just going to come up in the end. I made this analogy, I think, last time we cast it. It's like shoving all of the garbage up under your bed. Well, eventually there's going to be too much, and it's all going to come sailing out, and you're not going to be able to stop it, and it's coming back in the end. And there's nothing you can do to delay that. So Arial Arise, they have to recognize this early, and I think kind of play a little bit more of an interventionist style of siege.
How cool would it be if you actually could bring out maybe like an intervention, the sniper rifle itself? We're going to take that to literally. I mean, I guess you do have Cali's sniper rifle, but it's cumbersome and nowhere near close to the good old days of 360 no-scoping like FaZe Clan taught us all. It is going to be a similar defense to what we saw in Kitchen, but instead it's going to be in Trophy, where you utilize that pulse cardiac sensor as a fixed position downstairs in Kitchen, and he's going to be grabbing as much information as possible, and then you coordinate it with your nitro cells. Now, it's not a full nitro cell bonanza, the call center from hell. To make those requirements, you have to have 3 nitros, but it's still the same philosophy. And I guess if you start to, waste all that utility, you can, come back with an impact grenade from underneath, or at bare minimum, just go for a straight yellow ping after yellow ping and send bullets through the wall. Arial Rise, they're not going to break down that mini game yet. They're still very focused on clearing out the south side of the map, but it's a two-pronged assault, clearing out the second and top floor at the same time.
Got to make sure that you're able to multitask, and that's exactly what's going down. Wings moving through the red hall, searching for Cordell. Woods, he'll claim the opener. A huge change. Finally getting that opening frag and having it not immediately get traded. With Jello on the run, it looks as though the defense have kind of been forced out of this south side of the map, but that's not the end of the story here. You still need to progress further. Excellent headshot for Dami with the F2. Cordell loses his life. Arial Arise finally on the front foot. Have their bearings with them, and they're able to progress in a competent manner. Dami playing that 90 window repel prevents Toys from attempting to retake the map, and they simply just don't have the manpower to overwhelm them. They have to sit on site, and things are gonna kind of boil down to what we saw last time Statue came through, where Arial Arise were completely enveloped on the south side. However, this time, there's a little bit of a change. Knowing that they have more manpower to work with, they elect to rotate Lava and Woods over towards the master bedroom balcony.
Slasher has made his own adjustments. He has a deployable shield facing towards master bedroom, and now he's faced it towards the lamp, where that primary assault of Arial Rise was taking place. The problem with that is, he's now being pressured where his shield was initially placed. A frag grenade being pulled by Lava, but instead he's going to be challenged directly by Slasher. Slasher will lose his life to a perfect cross cover. Jello rotated from downstairs and now trying to take the gunfight once again to Arial Rise. He'll be unsuccessful in that endeavor. Now a 1v5, post-plant getting so close to the doomsday hour, but Og will stop that dead in his tracks. Arial Rise, it's been a long road for them, but they're finally able to take their first round victory here on Villa.
And another one. On top of this, if they can get a win in round number 6, that would be acceptable. Yes, it's not as good as you would hope for. It's certainly not a flawless performance or one of much colorful stripe, but it's still somewhere that you can work back from. 2 to 4 at the end of the half, all you need is a couple of clean defenses. And seeing the defense and how Arial Arise work with it on Cafe Dostoevsky, I think that inspires a lot of confidence. But we'll have to see what the transition is between the slowdown defenses, stopping Toys in their tracks on Cafe look like compared to what the story of Villa will be. We still have one final round to look at, though, before the question of this first split is answered. For the next defense, final one for Toys in regulation, we'll be heading again to Dining and Kitchen.
This is actually technically the third time that we've seen Kitchen. Arial Rise won it with a man advantage due to a disconnect, but that was taken away because the rehost was called actually during the prep phase. But that's going to be an asset for Arial Rise moving forward because they've seen this bomb site twice. They know that they're capable of winning this bomb site, and they have to bring all those lessons that they've learned from their fake win and their real loss. They apply those lessons, they learn what went well for them and what didn't go. Now, if we look at the drones that are currently placed on the map, we see Wings and Aug's drones over by the southwest. That's over in Library. Now, we have seen a few teams go for linear pushes, not dealing with that vertical play, but instead just pushing in through Library. It stems from a swift execute, and most of the time, defenses are prepared for a top-down clear. They're never really prepared for the linear clear.
You just wouldn't expect it to go from a horizontal take. We almost never have those happen just because of they could kind of be a little bit inconsistent, I will say. Looks like we have a little bit of intel into one player. Oh, can Woods get him? Is there no way that he can get him, right? If he had been able to get the Mozzie, that would have been huge. Mapbonger, what are these peaks? What are Cordell and Mapbonger peeking for? This is such an important round. You can't give this one away.
Honestly, that just looked like arrogance from the side of Trust Only Squad. And I hate to use this word, but those were two stupid swings. They had no business doing that. Now they're forced to fight round 6 with a man disadvantage. Use your strategies first, and then your gunplay second. And if your strategy is just to take gunfights like Trust on Your Squad did here, I'm not sure if that's the play. Use those nitro cells. Now, sure, Jello may have missed that nitro cell, but that's still part of their plan. You can't guarantee that 100% of your nitro cells land. All of them have now been lost. Matt Bonger had it in his back pocket. Slasher will throws his away. And now we're sub 90 seconds with all throwable utility, no more for Trust Only Your Squad. The scoring line of success might start to trip up. Trust Only Your Squad.
And the throwables and projectiles on Arial arrive, they're flush with them. But here we go. The site has been vacated and Toys have a pilgrimage, a complete retake as their full squad tries to rotate on over. It's unsuccessful in denying the plant, but Jello gets a pick. With lava gone, you don't have your sledge, and so it looks like the top floor is mostly vacant now, and the game for Toys has shifted entirely. They're going to play the vertical game. They're going to look for all of the fights. But as Wood guns down Slasher, Jello and Bino are the only ones who still remain standing. Bino embattled inside Laundry. Tommy gets him through the wall, and Og lands the final headshot on a Jello to secure it. Arial Arise and their 2-4 split.
That's brilliant IGLing coming out from Arial Rise. They see that the site is open, and for whatever reason, defenders are not manning their posts. A swift execute, you get the bomb down, and then you leave the same way that you came. You run for the hills, you sit outside in the grapes, you enjoy the lovely Italian countryside, and you wait for the defenders to retake your bomb site. We've seen how difficult the attackers have struggled constantly on Villa. Why would you make a strategy as a defender where you force the retake? I understand that, top floor executes, taking that back as a defender can work, but not when you leave 1 against 5 for a swift site execute. That seems like a huge oversight. We're talking about Trust on Your Squad making brazen plays. That was definitely it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
In the first rotation on the second half, now Arial Arise beginning defense on their map pick. We'll go to Aviator and Games, and they're going to bring the Mira. Og almost putting it in pretty much the same position, the same use as we saw it go down last time. And I don't think I've seen Arial play too many Mira strategies, but the way that they have this, I think it's a little bit unconventional, with 2 reinforcements placed to guard the wall here instead of the usual 1. So you have a little bit less openings. It's going to be more cumbersome to throw nitro cells, but also for the players who hold inside Games, as long as you can hold 90, Games is like a bunker now. It's actually playable.
Oh, the reason why they double reinforced it is for this long angle that they're just pinging, which has now just been reinforced. But if you reinforce those walls like they are, you can hold like a tighter angle against the wall, still see out the mirror window, and challenge study. Now, it could still work when that wall gets opened up, and it's pretty likely the attackers are going to be successful at that. I mean, you have currently those Selma charges in use. There is no wall denial, so it's a fair assumption to make that Slasher will open up one of those study walls at some point during the round, unless he loses his life. Now, trust only a squad before they can even get to that point to deal with an offside pressure. Dami isolates himself in a corner, no hope of retreating, and has now lost his life. So Arial Rise forced to fight the remainder of their first round of defense with a man disadvantage.
In August, roaming Mira, hiding below inside, what is that, Tetris or kitchen? Kind of an unusual, unorthodox position for your Mira to be in, but I guess the idea is that you have a Nitro cell. You don't have any Valkyrie on the board to give you intel with the black eye cameras that could allow Og to get a Nitro, but I'm still kind of curious to see what he's going to accomplish by lurking downstairs, or maybe if that was just a one-off idea that he'll give up immediately. Minute and 35. After the death of Dami, Toys have kind of adjusted their pace a little bit. Holding back, not getting too aggressive, not allowing Arial Rise the opportunity to get a trade, but also in the same respect kind of hampering their momentum and losing out on the full advantage that immediately taking out the extension and killing Dami without trouble would have given them. Utility pours into the hallway. Deployable shield is closed. Shots across as Mapbonger still holds passive. The deployable wasn't cleared.
Particular highlighting about that swift execute, this change of speed, but where was the rotation from Trust Only Your Squad? Why haven't members of their roster rotated towards the south of the study balcony? And look at the ADSs. They're just stopping everything that Arial Rises, or everything that Trust Only Your Squad has sent down range. What happened there? How did they mess that up so badly? That deployable shield has now been dealt with, but at the cost of every throwable and every ranged explosive device. That is a huge oversight, and now Trust Only Your Squad, sure, they have the man advantage, but they're going to have to steamroll into their bomb site with hardly any utility. On the side of Arial Rise, they're still flush with utility. 1 Nitro Cell, 2 impact grenades, which can be used as a plant denial, plus now your final set of smoke grenades. Or you also have the olive, which can go burr. A wide swing and the roster starts to trade back and forth. Trust Only Your Squad was better. Now Cordell on a double kill. Down but not out. And SMG 11 Bro against 2. And he won't be able to do anything beyond that. Trust Only Your Squad, to their credit, will be able to take round 7. They failed at the utility burn, but they click heads.
I guess when all else fails, when you meet unsuccessfulness at the utility game, just flood the site. And for a moment there, I think Toys kind of were down and out, but they just rejuvenated themselves and they said, you know, there's no other option other than fly in, win your gun battles, and that's just what happened. So many members of Arial got down and they didn't play the most successful crossfires, even though the hard breaching game wasn't the end of the world. I think with proper cross angles, proper cross coverage in that scenario, you might have come out on top with a win, but hindsight, I guess, is 2020. So far, this is exactly the same to what we had seen on Cafe, where after the end of the first half, it's looking like a salvageable position for the defense, but Toys are kind of starting to kick this one off.
You know, the deployable shield, or I guess the Vulcan shield that Lava placed in the front door of Split facing towards the east, I don't know why teams stopped using that shield. That's such a crucial shield. What it does is it prevents the attackers from holding a long angle into Split. And sure, when you go for a hard breach, it's sometimes about making a new hole, a new avenue for the attackers to push into the bomb site. But really, that triple wall is a better tool for the attackers to literally cut the bomb site in half. If Split is being occupied by a gun site of the attacker, the defense will never be able to rotate from that position. So if you're isolated over at Astro or in the Deer bomb site itself, how are you going to rotate? Well, your only option is to drop the skylight, which means coming up the red stairs. And Most attacking teams are going to have a flame drone there. They're going to catch you off guard and end up killing you. Again, it's all about grabbing the information game and forcing those defenders in positions that they're just not comfortable with.
Speaking of the intel game, the drones move across the map. Arial Arias have quite the roam setup so far, with 2 members sort of working down here, hoping to meet members of Toys and stop them in their progress. But Toys have given up any idea of pushing downstairs because they don't really need to. Instead, this is a much more conventional setup, however, with Og finding Jello. Very impactful kill. Cordell will rotate down, but he's far too late in his reaction to try and secure the trade. Now as he wanders through the swamp and the jungle of this downstairs hold, he searches to try and find some sort of a trade, but Arial Arias just aren't giving it to him.
I'm not sure what Jello was doing down here. What was he trying to accomplish? Was he, holding the flank from Master Stairs or from the main stairs? Not sure, but unfortunately the Maverick has been lost. Now, Maverick isn't going to be particularly crucial here on the trophy sign, since it's just going to be a death trap if he attempts to open up the wall, but you lost your set of frag grenades. That's going to be the biggest shame for Trust Only Your Squad. But still, they have more than enough control of the south. They're going to have to push deeper into Lamp. Cordell's going to find himself in a gunfight, which he's capable of winning. Dommy's now lost his life, and again, the words out of our mouth have constantly been these nitro cells. They're great for plant denial, and Arial Rise has lost their nitro cell once again.
Utility begins to pour in. No ADS troubles this time, though maybe I spoke too soon, as they're still having quite the difficulty. It looks like the deployable shield has been cleared, but not the Evil Eye that still lingers somewhere inside of the site that Wings is going to make sure to let the attackers know about this. They move on in. Maponger teases it at the threshold, but another deployable shield still stands to block their progress. And now Beano is being lit up by that Evil Eye. Smokes are sent on through. The pre-fire is there, but a competent swing from Og, moving right through the smoke. Slasher secures the trade. Wings gets another kill there, and Wings just is unstoppable. Cordell makes the worst decision to rotate. He's out of position, shut down by Woods. Arial Arise with a success. Statue and trophy.
Particularly, you're 100% correct. That rotation to the Astro window was poorly timed. If they did that at the start of this round, as soon as they lost their first player, the Maverick, I would have been okay with that play. Because again, we need to shut down the defensive play. You need to force them to be uncomfortable in their bomb site. And when they're being pressured from 2 fronts, partly from the Lamp side of the map, partly from the Astro, they're not going to be able to sit in their bomb site. I mean, look at the positioning that they had in Deer and Astro. That will be destroyed by that window pressure. Unfortunately, when you're an IGL, you have to realize that sometimes the best play was lost 20 seconds ago or 60 seconds ago. Because again, a good read, a good decision if it was made sooner.
And that's just it. You have to be kind of in the understanding of when it's time to make a certain play. For instance, at the start of the round, getting over to the Astro window and cutting off the split rotate. A lot of times if we see a spam fire there earlier, you can get a lucky pick. But going to that window when the rest of your team is just getting slaughtered as they try to move into statue or into trophy, it just doesn't benefit anyone. And especially given the mismatch in the timing. Toys were moving in. The Buck was still on the rotate. Toys were moving in. Buck is not yet at the window on the rappel. The mismatch in the timing there was the biggest problem, and Cordell, I think, needs to sharpen up a little bit with the decision-making on when to rotate, because on the AVG round, even though it was a Toys win, the Buck rotated to go over to the study side window, and the time was fairly low. It was like 25 seconds, and he was not really in a contributing position. Lucky for him, that mistake did not kill the round, but you have to be prepared, and the timing has got to be fixed. 5-3 is not the most terrible scoreline. You're one step away from match point, but Arial Arise are not going to let this opportunity slip out of their fingers.
What is concerning is Cordell is the top frag by his team. Nobody's anywhere close to him by 3 kills. Slasher, the support, is going to be taking that. And on the side of Arial Rise, you have Og with 7 kills and Woods with 6. That is a lot more synergy. Now, there are more kills that have been sent out in this lobby because, again, we didn't have that rehost in round 3. But still, that is a concerning storyline. Trust Only Your Squad is going to need to take more gunfights that they're capable of winning. That's a curious nitro cell that was just used. Now, it wasn't designed to kill an attacker per se, but it's designed to make a large hole in Astro so they can challenge any attackers and elect to push in through Big Ben.
Sort of the realization of the horizontal take we had spoken about earlier, where there's no focus on the top floor. It's all about trying to attack the objective directly and horizontally. Cordell has control of red, nobody inside of jail contesting him, and Bino perhaps going to sneak below and come up from pantry, crouch walking through the old office, hoping that nobody's down here, but also knowing that he has to be very sneaky in the way that he goes about this. Because if Toys time this right, if Arial Arise are completely absorbed with their push from the west, and all of a sudden Bino comes in from the pantry stairs, that could be a real problem. But look at Woods. Look at his gadget. The cardiac sensor is in use, and they might have the intel that the pantry push is coming.
They'll also have information that the push from the south is going to continue through blanks as a double flashbang. There's Wood on the first information kill, but he gets refragged, and everybody in the lobby is going to start to fall. Trust Only Squad is in the bomb site. Matt Bonger went for the full swing, but the diffuser was surrendered over and blank, and it doesn't matter that Trust Only Squad has control of the bomb site. You have to have control of the bomb. That's going to be more important. Cordell's still down but not out. The barricade being removed might have killed Wings, but he rotates over the bike, and ill-advised Rez almost catch Trusted Only Squad out and off guard. Dami rotating, has now control of dining room once again. It's a double crossfire, and everybody's going to have to find their impact frags. Diffuser going down. Dami on the great play. He was having perfect trigger discipline. The round starting to crumble. It's a post-plant 1v2, and it all goes like that. Dami on the perfect angle. They played it perfectly.
Excellent play from Arial Arise. The coordination and teamwork is teeming from that dining round, and it gives Arial Arise yet another win in their column. Stepping forward, pulling this back as they start to tug on the line and almost have ripped back from the disadvantage that they faced to push themselves ahead of Trust Only Your Squad 5-4. With Aviator and Games up next, we'll have to see how this one plays out. Last time we went here, it was almost an Arial win. In fact, the coordination of Toys in that round was probably at an all-time low, with a massive misplacement of utility for Toys, who wasted their entire arsenal, seemingly in search of clearing one deployable shield. You cannot make that mistake happen again, and I'm sure the Toys are going to be on top of their game. However, in this round, Arial Arise are changing up their strategy. No longer will we see the Mirror.
I'm on board for the Mirror. Mirror has been great for both of these rosters, but sometimes you need a breath of fresh air. And actually, we've seen rosters play the same strategy over and over again until it's beaten dead. Arial Arise, what they do well is they have multiple strategies. I know we were saying earlier that they're a team that is all about their good vibes, and they're not sometimes the most serious when it comes to bond review, but to their credit, they always do their due diligence. They're never just a one-dimensional team. They're a four-dimensional cube, and Trust Only Your Squad has been able to break it down so far in Villa, but now they're once again stumped.
Toys cannot let this opportunity go. You have to take this, Chief. If they lose this map, it could be a long and dark road ahead of us, because that would make Arial Arise not only have Toys' earlier map pick in their pocket, they would win their own map pick, which honestly, it doesn't look like they're really in control of, at least in terms of what we had on the attacks, but that gives them a free pass to completely fall back from a huge opening pick. Cordell eliminates Dami for the second time on the row. It'll be Dami as the opening death. He cannot seem to stay alive in this hole.
Og is still playing underneath. He's trying to use his pest, but did that actually go to the red stairs, or was it actually caught in the hole that he made with his pistol? I couldn't quite tell, but obviously it looks like Arial Rise, they want to deny entry to that second floor. Why? Because Og is playing underneath the Nitro Cell. But one of those crucial operators, Dami, as well as an influential player, is no more. But everybody from Area Rise, they're playing down here. One of them has now been lost. Og on an island by himself. No hope of being refragged. And this was the pitfall that Trust Only Your Squad was in back on Cafe. They are playing on islands, and they died on islands.
The coordination has got to be on point here in this round, and Arial Rise have to play trades because they're at a man disadvantage, and Toy's pressure on the objective is going to be mounting. Last time we approached this point in the round, it was only 5v4, so in a similar position as we see here, but with a little bit less in reserve for Arial. Wings lingers at the top of the study staircase, hoping to perhaps fend off the push as it'll come through, but still playing quite passive.
It's a dire straits for Arial Rise. They don't want to find themselves on match point. That means all mistakes they make will be costly. It will be the round loss for them and map 2 loss for them. But Arial Rise, they still have good positioning on their bomb sites. Lava's in a position where he might not get drone, but the drone rolls over him and no longer able to play prone on that couch. Cordell, the top fragger, is now off the board. That's exactly what Arial Rise needed, and they have good pressure from Stunny. Woods in an angle where he can challenge just about every single position. The round goes 3-3 temporarily, though, as it's going to be Matt Bonger getting that refrag onto Woods. Answered back by the Alda, perfect headshot. But with U-Bar in control of Trust Only Your Squad, the diffuser can start to go down. Slasher's almost complete with it, and it's going to be on Wings to retake his own bomb site, unable to land any bullets, and it's going to be match point for Trust Only Your Squad.
They finally are able to stop the streak of rounds accumulated by Arial Arise and now move forward to match point with an opportunity to repeat. In fact, the opposite, reversal of fortunes of what we had go down on Cafe Dostoevsky, with it looking like Toys are about to snatch Arial Arise's first map pick out from under them. Trophy and statue is where we'll go next. Arial need 2 in a row if they want to push it to overtime and regain the opportunity to win on their map pick and to go up 2-all here in this best of 5. For Trophy and statue, I have to say, last time we went here, it was fairly confusing, cluttering round. We had the late rotate from the Buck. We had Arial Arise with a completely oblivious Jello on the Maverick walking into main lobby and being shut down by the Jaeger. Og just was kind of lingering down there for no reason, and it cost them a lot early in that round. It left them stunted, and the progress really did not get going early.
The pulse has gone away for Arial Rise. The second time that we've seen them change up their strategies, that they repeat bomb sites. And it's going to be curious to see what they do, because there's still members of Arial Rise downstairs reinforcing. So it looks like it's going to be the same defense that they brought out, but with different operators. Again, curious to say the least, but sometimes you want to lull the attackers into this false sense of security, where they think, oh, we've seen this bomb site before, we've seen this strategy before, we know that there's going to be a pulse in play. They may have not showed it in the reveal phase, but they have the option of 6-picking into it, and Trust Your Squad might just have to deal with that first floor. Now again, Arial Rise is not down there. By dealing with it, they're going to have to send that drones down range and just double check. You have to make sure you do that due diligence.
Always need to be thorough, and Arial Arise, they love to hide in their rat corners, and if they can pull off a maneuver like that, it could seriously kick this round off guard. The momentum in this one is certainly a question that we'll have to look at answering. For Bino, he has had a bit of a rocky start, not only through this map, but also on Cafe, and so he needs a little bit of a redeeming effort if he wants to continue to stay promoted as the Ash main here. For Toys, the drone work is good so far. Control of the south side is theirs as long as they can take it swiftly here. Slasher making sure there's nobody holding down on red, perhaps emulating a strategy played by Joystick. For Lava, he's looking to maybe deny a few drones. I would say a wide swing here on sofas would be a little bit mistimed. I don't think that's exactly going to be your best way about things. The drone goes on past, Lava shoots it, and he falls back.
You know, that long barrel, the Vector, is just the most comical thing in the world. It looks like a suppressor, but it's shaped like a suppressor, but it's not a suppressor. It's a long barrel. and that can be used to great effect. Now, it doesn't change that much dynamics of a gun, but if you're holding a long range like this and you can control the recoil, the Vector has none. It's designed to have 0 recoil. It can work out very well for you. Trust only your squad with full control of Lamp. Here's their opportunity. What are they going to do? Well, we've seen them rotate members of their attacking team over to that north window of Astro to apply that additional crossfire. Here's the time to do it. Use Cordell as that Swiss Army knife and that change of attack, but it hasn't come out from Trust Only a Squad. They've made this decision before. They've read it as perfect, but why aren't they reading it now?
Woods might have just spotted an opportunity there, but the drone in the way prevents him from going aggressive and playing as he would wish. Here we go for Og. Huge. He bails out the window. Slasher goes down. Can he secure a second? One shot right into the elbow of Cordell, and Mapbonger suffers similarly. Flashbang tossed into the walk-in closet. It doesn't phase Og. He'll get another one. A double kill. Huge. Matt Bonger choking on the toxic gas. He can't escape it. The wings. He'll get one. Another. The toxic canister. And Og for a triple kill. Arial Arise with a win in round number 11. They move. So the final match point of regulation.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Far too often do we see defending teams just sit back in their bomb site with their backs against the wall and just die. Or sometimes they're just so aggressive that they die. That round for Arial Rise was a perfect example of controlled aggression, using audio cues to prompt you to get aggressive. Slasher was the diffuser holder. As soon as he died, members of Arial Rise just needed to stop the attack from pushing in through Lamp. Because even if they won some of those gunfights, there were more members of Arial Rise holding that diffuser, and Trust Only a Squad would have been forced to attempt that once again. And I have to say, that 360 that we saw from the Jaeger there was perfect. That type of flashy play could translate into a brutal slaughter, and Trust Only a Squad, they have now been turned into chicken nuggets.
Nice analogy there. The dining setup comes again, and for this site, I don't know, I have mixed feelings about the way that Toys have attacked it, but in the way that they went about this last time, they had a really good start. They brought a strategy that was unique. They went for the horizontal take, but when they finally reached the objective, it was the way that Arial played. They knew which positions were held. They didn't over-aggress. They didn't give away the fights because they knew if they did give those gunfights away for any second that Toys had the man advantage, they were going to try to go for the plant. They were going to try to get it down. And you just can't allow that. It cannot be allowed. Again, for the positions of Toys, this looks like the horizontal setup. Drones move in, they get all the intel, and they try to figure out where the positions are. But I wonder with the drones heading upstairs, if perhaps this will be kind of a hybrid attack, where they somewhat move in from the top floor, but also still don't forget their roots of the direct library and laundry, or rather living room take.
We've seen this split take before from Trust Only a Squad when they're actually executing on Trophy, where they clear out both the bomb site or both the floors at the same time. It can work for them, and actually, if you bring out the buck, you can soften the deer hold if there are members of Arial Rise upstairs. And if they're playing behind that fixed Trophy, it's going to be very difficult to do so. But Buck is also the best operator at vertical play, so it comes down to the, well, opportunity cost of those shotgun shells, where they can be best used. For Cardell to make these rotation holes over by the south side of the map and library, so they can walk around in a more fluid manner. I mean, that's an option, and that's obviously what Trust Only a Squad is going for, but I don't think that's the best bang for their buck, no pun intended.
Wood seems to have gathered again the idea that Toys are going below. Bino, last time we went here, he got slaughtered by Woods. We didn't manage to capture it on camera, but I kind of did the math in what he had went for. Woods still searching. There we go. We know what Bino's up to. You're not sneaky in there, Ash. This has totally been completely read through. The problem is for the Ash, she has to wait for her teammates to push her. You can't just individually go through and expect there to be this huge measure of success. But the Pulse here, it just works out time and time again. They know that Toys have only 3 men to comprise this southwest take, and so they're quite weak on that front. As long as they can win these battles when they push in, it should be free sailing. Mapbonger charges it. Site control, Jello now beginning to plant. Cordell gets another one. With him finally going down, the man advantage does shift back and forth. Og missing an opportunity to fell one player as she charges through into the middle of this site. Matt Bonger, he'll land a shot, and Dami dropping down. The headshot comes out from the commando. Og wrapping around, he'll get one huge on the prone angle. Dami checks the close angle. Toys relegated back into the pantry, but the defuse case in the perfect spot. Jello still has frag grenades, no more nitros on the part of Arial. 20 seconds to go. This will come down to the dire moments. It's going to have to be a huge play. Jello's down. He didn't even need to swing, but they don't know the final player is down. The confirm is there. Another huge clutch for Arial Arise down in the kitchen.
That was a 2v4 retake. How on earth did Arial Rise lose, or how on earth did Trust Only Your Squad win or lose that? I've lost my words. I've lost the ability to speak because that round was nowhere close for Arial Rise to be able to win. They were a mile away. They were in the stratosphere, and they just crashed back to Earth. They nuked every member of Trust Only Your Squad. I mean, Arial Rise just won gunfights. That's going to be a highlight clip where we just look at as speechless. That was a perfect way. Normally, I criticize attacking rosters for not playing together, not swinging off each other in a post-plant scenario using their positional advantage, but Trust Only Your Squad did that. They had great post-plant positioning. They just lost their gunfights.
That has to be crushing for Trust Only Your Squad to twice barely manage to fly into the objective to eliminate Arial's on-site hold, only to fall after having the defuse on the ground, the biggest advantage that you could ask for, and they just crumble down to the ground. We're heading now into infinite overtime. You'll have to win by 2. Arial Arise, given that this is their map pick, they opt to pick the first defense in OT as we travel out of regulation and beyond into what could be a very lengthy end of this villa. For Arial, they have to see this opportunity here and now, and we head deeper and deeper into overtime. Now that the first map has already transpired, which wasn't exactly very swift, the endurance question starts to come into effect.
And, well, with infinite overtime and myself on Villa, it doesn't tend to be particularly swift. I've casted the second longest game of competitive Rainbow Six Siege. It went to round 24. We're starting things off in round 13. That's essentially 2 games stacked on top of each other in one series. And this is the best of 5. So we're looking for a long night, but I would expect nothing less from a grand final. 2 stacked rosters, both sitting at the 1st and 2nd seed respectively, is actually Trust Only Your Squad in that 1st seed. So we're going to have to see what they're capable of doing. Now, Arial Rise elected to take attack for the next 4 remaining series, or 4 remaining maps, which means they'll have the first option of going to defense for those series.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I wonder if it's going to be the coordination or just the pure fragging effort that's really going to be the difference maker in this round. Toys kind of started off with a bit of a slow pace. They have control of the master side and they're inching forward, but Arial aren't giving them any fights. It's like nobody's home on the site because of how passive they're playing this. They aren't overexposing themselves. They're simply playing the waiting game because they recognize as the time gets lower, it's Toys who get weaker and weaker. Matt Bonger attempting to challenge the deep angle. Og testing it, testing the boundaries of what he might be able to accomplish there. Winging in on the angle, Matt Bonger has identified the shield, playing close at the triple wall. Barbed wire will stall his progress for a moment. He'll have to break that before he has the opportunity to swing. But no remaining lifelines. That's a huge factor. 2 sets of frags, or 2 frag grenades, solely in the hands of Jello. Bino has 2 breaching rounds, a couple of flashbangs, a couple of smoke grenades. They can clear the shield, but the Ash is not in the perfect position right now. We'll finally see the rotate, the deployable shield. It's not gone, it still stands, but it doesn't matter. As Wing stands up, Mapbonger rips off his head. There goes Dami with the Nitro Cell. Og is careful to watch the window as the Ace runs around. Og will find one. Can he get another? The shots finally connect for the double kill as Lava lands the headshot of Jello. It's only Bino remaining. Challenge at the red stairs. Dami continues to peek this case out of control. He'll need to recover this as it seems like we're gonna see Arial Arise pick up the first round of OT. Bino still in battle, continues to dance back and forth as the time gets lower. He'll finally meet his end.
That was an incredible defensive round once again for Arial Rise. I mean, you said it best. They sat patiently, and as soon as we saw Trust Only Your Squad pounce on the bomb site like they're taking on a sleeping cat, the cat wakes up and claws every member of Trust Only Your Squad straight in the face. What was that call for execute? And I'm sorry, Slasher, but why would you solo push in through coat check? Fortunately, he didn't have the diffuser this time, but he died to that position earlier. Was there any droning from Trust Only Your Squad clearing out master bathroom, master bedroom, and coat? Clearly wasn't that case, because we saw Cordell also push deeper into to master. That was just a sloppy execute from Trust Only Squad. They were lulled into a false sense of security, and the nuke erupted in their face.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
We
attackers.
finally get the Dokkaebi that we had teased on the first round of play, and I am so curious to see how this one is going to work out for Dami. Set of frag grenades. You've got the logic bomb calls, I feel like they're called, to be able to disrupt the defense from their positions, and this could be huge. I just haven't had the opportunity to see Dokkaebi in play, casting or otherwise, in a long time. But on Villa, roamers are a huge problem, and having those calls, not only is it disruptive, it's annoying as a defender, but it also reveals your position, and if you don't hear a call immediately after the logic bomb has been deployed, that could tell Arial where there are defenders, where they can be, let their guard down, and where they have to be more attentive.
There is one downside to bringing out this Dokkaebi, is the fact that Mute is in play. So Mute is the best counter to Dokkaebi. If you're standing on one of those Mute jammers, the phone call will not reach you. And if you are currently being called, all you need to do is walk up to a Mute jammer and it'll immediately hang up your phone. You don't need to say hello to mom. And if you know Mute is in play, you can actually bring out the line. Where line, sure, he is countered by Mute in the same way, where if you're in the proximity of the Mute jammer, you won't be detected. But if you're outside of it and you're being red pinged and you walk in it, you'll still be grabbed. So, I mean, if you're trying to just do your way around operators, technically line would be the pick. On is going to find himself in a firefight early on. Loses the majority of his HP, but you still have him and all of his gadgetry available.
I think he tried to play the risky game of contesting the U-bar holes there by the B chassis. In fact, that's exactly what it had been. Matt Bonger playing kind of a different altered version, and Arial are quite hesitant to push forward. They know that if they peek up, they're going to be exposed to the vertical holes, and so they would have to kind of move in backwards. But also, if they move in backwards, they're going to be exposed. It seems for the time, the player on the vertical angle has kind of subsided and has given it up. One shot there, Bino lands the headshot, finally getting into his element. He'll take down Wings. With Og on low HP, Arial Arise aren't in the best fighting position, but the Ash, Og certainly knows how to handle it when he's down on his luck. Deployable shield encounter. Lava secures the trade. As Jello goes down, Og continues to peek back and forth, checking all of the angles. We'll see the hard breach utility used. They've identified one player. Skeleton Key gets the down. Lava for his second. A minute to go. Arial Arise tighten their grasp on the objective as they inch their way forward. Under 1 minute remains. Matt Bonger holding behind the table. Arial have the intel to make this play. Lava, the captain, continues to go off in the final round. This could be all over in just a moment's time, but Matt Bonger, he holds on. Dami goes down. The swing goes huge, but Cordell, now with his teammate Matt Bonger gone, he's the only pillar left standing. Cordell, though, he finds Og. It's a 1v1 between him and Woods, and the Ace is still on his throne.
At least he's trying to get information. He knows that Cordell is rotated out of the bomb site. He can just push in through U-bar and go for the plant. That flank drone is going to be his coverage. He just doesn't know where that push is coming from, whether it's going to be 90 or U. He's determined that 90 is the bigger threat. So down will go the bomb. That's a loud sound for Cordell. He's going to try to push in. He has the red pings. Nitrocell gripped and ripped. It's locked and loaded. Sit down range, and it's a touchdown for Cordell, confirming Woods the free post plan and a free defuse for our friendly Mute as he keeps his team alive. The defensive bracket once again reset.
Defenders win.
Heading to another set of infinite overtime. It's not over just yet, and everything is right back to normal. Impeccable play from Cordell, knowing just when to swing to systematically destroy Arial Rise. They will return to the defense going into round number 15, and we'll have to see what is made of them. But my one disappointment there in that round is we didn't get to see the impact of the Dokkaebi.
I mean, sometimes you just put yourself in the bad position, and, you know, fortunately for Arial Rise, they'll have access to the Dokkaebi again. That's always a bright side, because you have one round on defense, one round on attack, and compared to traditional overtime, round 15, where we currently find ourselves in, this would be the final round, but fortunately, since we have infinite, well, it's up to whoever wins 2 in a row. Now, Trophy will be our next site that we need to see Trust Only Your Squad execute on. Oh, it's actually downstairs in the kitchen. But once again, look what we've seen from Arial Rise. It's a slightly different change-up in the roster, at least a lineup of operators. I'm curious to see how we're going to see this Kaid pan out. They've been electrifying that pantry wall before, so it's most likely to be placed there in a spot where it will not be able to be destroyed.
I'm a big fan of the vigil as well here. I feel like being able to stop the drones in their tracks could be a benefit that we haven't had the hugest opportunity to look at so far. For this setup, we have a lot in terms of the extension upstairs. Vulcan shields protect their south flank, and you have reinforcements aplenty covering the triple wall. Arial Rise are not going to give this up without a fight, and they have the nitros to play with as well, and it looked like maybe Dami had just opened a few shotgun holes in the floor there. I didn't quite get to get a full glimpse of what the plan is, but should they try to charge in, jump through the windows, and otherwise hastily take control of the master bedroom or bathroom, they're going to be found out quite quickly. Lava playing the bullet holes there. I wonder if maybe he had a thought that there was going to be an aggressive push to early take control of jail. Again, we'll see the same horizontal take for Trust Only Your Squad. We're getting into living room and applying direct pressure onto the site is the plan. Last time we went here, this just did not work. And the clutch that we've seen, the clutch efforts, the energy of Arial Rise every time that they go to this site, it's quite boisterous.
I actually want to return back to those bullet holes, because those aren't just your normal run-of-the-mill bullet holes where you shoot straight. Those were shot at an angle, so if an attacker actually sees them, they won't see the light passing through. They'll just see the soft wall, because again, if you shoot at a 45-degree angle, the perspective of that wall will cover that. At least that's how it works in theory, and at least how it works in game. But Trust Only Your Squad, taking map control one step at a time, one room at a time. Woods back on his favorite operator of the pulse. He keeps looking towards the basement because that's where the biggest threat was. Now, Arial Rise, they've also made some adjustments in that department. They've made some pre-made murder holes to cover those areas. And if there is a member of Trust Only Your Squad trying to replicate that swift style of execute, there'll be a member of Arial Rise to send bullets down range.
Drone work goes on through. Toys careful to make sure that nobody from Arial comes around when they are not prepared for it. And you are right to be kind of careful and cautious in that situation because Wings is on vigil. The perfect operator to go for such a play. Again, Woods has deciphered it. There's going to be the pantry push. It seems like an eventuality in every single one of Toys' horizontal attacks. And I would have figured that by this time, Arial Rise would have kind of brought something to try and stop this. Put something a little bit more ahead of them. 40 seconds to go. There's no pressure on the vertical game. That could be huge. And Og gets the opener onto Cordell, thus putting it into a 5 versus 4. 30 seconds left. The time ticks lower and lower as toys are hesitant to push forward. They know that it's going to have to be a challenging task once they reach the innards of the objective. Smoke canister is tossed. Bino on the Ashes seized control of the back of kitchen, but it's the vertical game that's causing so many problems. The attack, it's beginning to crumble. 2 frags for Slasher, 10 seconds to go. Pistol in hand as he challenges through China. He might be able to find another one, but the smart footwork from Dami gets it done. And Bino is a little bit mistaken there. It's not over just yet. Infinite overtime goes for a little while longer.
What a great round. How do they do it? Arial Arise. Oh, man. That's one of those rounds that just breaks your heart for trusting in your squad, but you got to give props to Arial Arise. Man, every one of these defensive rounds, they just do something brilliant. It's not necessarily these big clutch plays. It's just their big brains working out for them. In every aspect, they are calm, cool, and collected. And Sticula, you're highlighting the plethora of accolades that this roster has achieved over the past few months. And it's really showing in this series. They played in best of fives against Challenger League rosters, and they've been successful. They have so much experience, and it's really panning out in this overtime because they're never skipping a beat.
And I would not expect any less. We're in a similar position to where we had been in round number 14, with Arial claiming the win in the round in the first bracket, a defensive win, and now having to accept the responsibility of winning on the offense. Dami will bring the Dokkaebi again, and so I'll be watching to see if he can make some use of the logic bombs as well as the frag grenades to try and get a little bit more control and force the defense back. For a dining hold, it's been a little while since we've seen this. In fact, the last time it had been played, the defense, that is, by Toys, was in the final round of the first half, which was a win for Arial Arise.
That's going to be an asset moving forward. Again, if you understand what the defense has done in the past, they bring out the same strategy, you know exactly what to expect. Again, IGLs, it's their job to remember every single thing they ran into, whether it worked for them, what worked, what didn't work, and how they can reverse engineer it and reapply it to anything that they see. And that's something I think a lot of teams forget and overlook. It's the fact that all teams have their own unique flair and favor. And you can always just apply that to every strategy they bring out. Because, sure, it might be a different bomb site, but people tend to bring the same operators. They tend to be very comfortable in the same style. It's the same idea that, you know, people from New York like their own type of pizza, and people from Chicago like their own type of pizza.
Good way to talk about that. You've got the buck, so vertical play shouldn't be too much of a problem, but you might run into a hungry Bino playing the bullet holes here and hoping to stop the progress of Arial dead in its tracks. So, as far as this is concerned, it kind of does remind me a little bit of what we had in the statue rounds, where there's utility, and there's men, and the main engagement is coming in from the south side. Crossing the angle, Og begins to engage, but he'll shoot up the Prisma there and reveal his position. I think we saw a breaching round go through. The deployable shield is now gone. Cordell is not exactly phased by it. Looks like he just managed to tag up the ankle of Og. He'll fall back away from the concrete area, instead holding a little bit closer to his teammate, the Jaeger, in the hopes that they can secure a trade frag, but that's not going to be an opportunity anymore as Lava lands the headshot. The Alibi is somewhat caught out of position, but the same can be said for Lava now as the Alibi continues to contest, but in the moment of good thinking, she escapes away down to the floor of the objective. Minute to go. Arial Arise with man advantage, and now Lava can begin to play the vertical angles, compromising the integrity of the objective and forcing Toys to play just a little bit more sound in the corners of the site.
Poor Bino, he has bought a one-way plane ticket that's straight to the grave, sitting at 3-12. He has found no impact in these rounds. He needs to start to be, well, the operator to get these kills. He will be unable to do so in round 6. His roster is fighting with a man disadvantage. Many of them have taken damage. some of them more than others, and that's going to be crucial when it comes to this final engagement. Many of them are at the position where 1 or 2 bullets will kill him. Og on a kill, 16 seconds.
left.
Arial Rise are going to start to speed up. Cordell on the top frag. He's trying to retake the map, but he'll die in that process. Now a 1v5. The bomb's almost down the deck, and it will be confirmed. Slasher loses his life. Arial Rise in the final round of overtime will take it flawlessly.
2-0 here in series, a success on their map pick of Villa, and quite a daunting future ahead for Trust Only Your Squad, who lost out on their map pick. Hopefully, the next map in series can be something a little bit more for them, and I would hope certainly a map where Bino feels a little bit more comfortable.
I mean, it could be said that, you know, Ariel Ryan's map pick, Trust Only Your Squad, or certain players might not just have that, you know, understanding or fluidity of a map to be successful. But Bino is such a good player, and what he delivered in map 2 was not his best. On the side of Ariel Ryan, sure, they made mistakes, but if they made a mistake, they were able to leapfrog it and come back from the brink of destruction. I mean, look at those defensive rounds. Far too often, Trust Only Your Squad would YOLO it into the bomb site, and then Ariel Ryan, with a large man disadvantage, would save the day.
We have the third map in series, Coastline. Sure to be a fun one ahead of us after the break. Stick around. Don't close this tab. Welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you here with us for the Upsurge 2021 Winter Grand Finals. The best of 5 underway. We are now heading to the 3rd map in series. My name is Sticula. Joining me on broadcast is Chief ahead of Coastline. Please tell me your thoughts.
So far, we've seen the Arial Rise show. They took off in perfect fashion, and now are they on their descent back to the airport to be crowned the UPL Winter Champions. They're only 1 map away. We're going to be going over to Coastline. And it's going to be about as polar opposite of a game of Villa that we had. Villa was all about clearing out the map, taking map control, but here on Coastline, it's such a tiny map, you maybe have a total of 10 rooms, and that's all you need to clear. It's going to come down to an absolute frag fest. And we've seen the heat of the moment that Arial Rise has been the better team in that dynamic.
Oh boy, I cannot wait to get into this. You're talking names like Og, Wings, Woods, all these players, they can frag, and we're about to see how Arial Arise with the first attack. This is sure to be one of the most exhilarating matches that we've had so far in the Upsurge Premier League. Operator Vito's about to jump up on your screen, and Coastline. We don't get to talk about these bands all too often. The Nomad band that has been a center point for toys in both of the 2 previous maps will not change.
All right, Gridlock, on my humble opinion, is 100% better here on Coastline. Why? Because you can send her track stingers through all of those vents in the roof. And if you've drone out that, one of the stairwells, whether it's white or cool vibes, is clear, you just drop a track stinger down and it propagates on the stairwell and you don't need to do anything. If you wanted to accomplish the same thing with a Nomad, you'd have to actually walk to the stairwell and place it yourself. The Ace band, there's no surprise there. Range hard breach is incredibly important. We're highlighting earlier that, sure, some of his Telma charges, they tend to arc in mid-air, but he opens quite a large hole and that becomes a liability, particularly when you're upstairs.
Valkyrie taken away. Her black eye cameras are a common facet on Coastline just because it's so easy to get incredibly disruptive cams outside the map, and when Coastline has runouts, having a little bit of intel to get that play made can certainly be helpful. Finally, rounding us off, we'll have Malusi taken away. Malusi is very important because oftentimes the objectives on Coastline are only 1 or 2 steps away from outside the building. So having a Malusi Banshee in the way, stalling your progress, can be the one thing that keeps you alive. So for Toys to ban this out here, I wonder if we're going to see aggression across both sides.
Well, it looks like aggression is going to be shown. You have a Dokkaebi and a Lion. That is terrifying. If you're sitting in a corner, good luck existing. I mean, trust in your squad. They're going to see this lineup, and they are going to be terrified. Now, common wisdom says we either go to kitchen or upstairs hookah first. It's actually going to be the tertiary bomb site that we're going to see downstairs in the double bar. Now, this bomb site receives a lot of hate and a lot of love. It seems like the community is split on whether or not they actually like this bomb site, but everybody can agree that Penthouse Theater is by far worse. And why this bomb site has received hate in recent months is how do you defend B bomb chat? As soon as the attackers open it up and have an avenue into the bomb site, what are you going to do to stop it? Another unique thing about Coastline is the fact that you don't necessarily need to bring a proper hard breacher, and we can currently see that in the Arial Rise lineup. We do have a pocket thermite charge and the back pocket of Woods playing that Capital, but that'll still give him enough flexibility if he does need to open something up.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
One small secondary breacher in reserve, perhaps, if you just meet a wall that you want to get open and it's standing in your way. But hard breach is not the main contingent on all of these rounds. It is frags, it is map control, and it's intel. Really, you have to know where the defense are from the Arial Arise point of view, and you can't afford to make mistakes, because if you do one thing wrong in Coastline, because it is such a simple map, all of those mistakes can just collapse on top of you and can completely stunt rounds from getting much progress. The Jackal is quite a curious pick. We've got intel on one player. Looks like over kind of by the security hallway, but it won't be a much conclusion just yet. For Arial Arise, they have already taken a substantial amount of map control, something that Coastline makes tremendously easy.
So when you're downstairs in bar, there's two ways of holding it. Either hold vertical or you just expand your bomb site out into kitchen, security, sometimes into square if you're ballsy enough to be able to do so. That's not in the case for Trust Only or Squad. So Area Rise, they have full vertical control. They can start to break down the defense and really soften up this bomb site. And again, we're highlighting, how do you hold that B bomb chassis? Most teams are going to like to just toss the utility down range, but once the ceiling has been removed from you, it's very difficult to do so. Now, Woods will lose his life. He was the pocket hard breach charge carrier. He opens up the hatch, but at the cost of his life, I mean, it's not necessarily the trade that you want, but at least you've opened something.
One thing that has not been opened seems to be the guns of Arial Arise, who are lagging behind in the man count. We'll have Dami charge in through Hookah to link up with Og on the Cool Vibe stairs, though the two pair there seem to, for a moment, rethink what their plan might be in the coming stages of this round. With all the vertical having been opened above the site, it is quite compromised Sunrise Bar, but given that you've now lost wings as well, the frags are all coming up in favor of Toy so far. Frag sent deep into the hallway. Lava will rotate on over, but right into the roaming Maestro as Cordell rips him apart. Matt Bonger now onto Og. It's just Dami left standing with the Mark 14 outside Towel's door. He'll spot the barrel of the shotgun as Slasher continues to tease it low HP, but with the DMR, this might be the end of the road. For Dami, he'll get one pick for his consolation with 25 seconds left.
It's just going to be padding stats at this point. Tommy trying to push in through Mudroom, collects another kill. That's a better step in the right direction. He can utilize his final phone call just to steamroll his way into the bomb site. Going over to the SMG-L12, but unable to even control that recoil. No shots landed for him, and Trust Only your Squad takes a coveted round on defense. Just a reminder, statistically, this map tends to be attacker-sided, even though the NAL statistics from Season 2 happy to put this map at perfect 50-50.
A hard one to get down pat as far as the sides because the rounds can be very explosive. Sometimes the attackers win because of superior firepower, and then other games they don't show up and they can't win their battles. Arial's very aggressive ranked operator selection so far did not get them very much ground in the first round. Even though they had significant control of the map, they failed to translate that into meaningful on-site pressure, and it was the failure of the gunfights. They just lost battles. They were not able to get the plant down, and that's just what Coastline comes down to. It's pure gunfighting to get control of the objective, and in a lot of rounds, you just have to play that aggro monkey style.
So, Kitchen, we're going to find ourselves in a position where there's two deployable shields. Exactly what I like to see, but where will those shields be placed? You can put one by the B bomb chassis, flush against itself, but if you have a mirror window in play also in that position, you don't really need to double cover that. So, you can put one in the door frame where Mira just walked in, or you can fortify yourself upstairs. And it seems like the latter of those options is exactly what Trust Only Your Squad is going to bring. They're going to hold down at 90, and this is the main highway for the attackers. If they clear from the west side of the map, they eventually have to deal with 90. If they clear from the north side of the map, the same thing. They're going to find themselves in the middle of that roadblock. And that final deployable shield or Slasher playset, that's to counter if any members of Arial Rise end up pushing in through jungle, which is on the west.
Just to clear up any confusion surrounding where we are in the series, this is the third map Toys' pick after we had begun on Cafe, which was the other Trust Only Your Squad pick. Didn't exactly go in their favor. Arial Rise were able to clean that one up in regulation. We just got done with a very long-winded Villa heading deep into infinite overtime, but eventually it was Arial to come out on top. This could not matter more. It's the start of the reverse sweep, or it's the end of the road for Trust Only Your Squad, and there's really only those two ways to put it. You have to be able to win this, and the fact that Toys have already started off dominant, nearly a flawless round, except for Dami's, I don't know, a couple frags that he had secured moving in from Towels with only very few seconds left. it has been overall a Toys map. Wings tried to creep in from luggage there. He was spotted. Now the pre-fire game, but dodging and dancing up the white stairs. Lava, likely the only reason why Wings is still alive, because the sledge had prevented a retake from coming up the white stairs. Wings will now sit DBNO inside luggage until his teammates can get there and res him.
And poor Cordell, he was being lion scanned, he was being phone called, and jackal tracked at the same time. That is the worst place to be as a defender other than dead. But that's an oopsies, because Cordell is also now dead. So all of that utility that Arial Arise just used gave them a free kill. So 3-part challenge, and it delivered. And at least you're getting the bang for your buck. But you're still going to have to clear that top floor and start with that vertical play. You have the sledge, and he's going to do exactly that. He's removed the power position away from Slasher. And Slasher, he has the opportunity of sending his shotgun vertical in response, or potentially some of those toxic beams. It's a brawl in the bomb site, and Jello will also now be falling.
Toys' control of the map continues to recede. 2 frags for Og, and now Dami tacks onto the board, removing Bino. UMI overswung and overexposed at the bottom of the white stairs. He's gone too, and it's just up to Slasher. 2 smoke canisters in pocket. Crucial missed shots as he stared through the black mirror, now being charged down. The Dokkaebi crosses through. Slasher finds one with the shotgun, but chased out into jungle. It's Wings who gets him with the pistol. Arial Arise with a success, attacking kitchen and service in round 2.
Man, that was just hold mouse won by the 4 alive players of Arial Arise. Somebody would have killed poor Slasher there. And, you know, I always make fun of people for just shift Wing away, but let's be honest, if we were all in Slasher's position, we probably would have attempted the same thing, because there's just no hope of him winning any of those gunfights. He was out of ammo in the SMG-11. Maybe he could have gone prone, but he was still been in the middle of the open. And again, his only option was really to die there, so we can't be too critical. What we can be critical of is trust on your squad and their hold of the top floor. They had a whole strategy around 90, and all of a sudden, trust on your squad completely went away from it. They decided not to hold it. They had information and luggage that they didn't capitalize on. It seemed like they had all of these tools in their toolbox that they laid out to help them hold kitchen, and they decided to just get the crowbar and throw it at the attackers.
What is Jello doing here at the big window? Is he hunting for drones? That was my first conclusion. Perhaps just saying hello. He's being friendly. Good to see. Moving forward, hookah and billiards, sometimes considered to be the primary bomb site, especially when you're looking at this from a ranked point of view. But the window repels are so incredibly troublesome. You put somebody on hookah window, you put somebody on the aqua balcony reverse repel, and add the big window pressure into the mix. The defense, they really don't have a whole lot of places to go. The one saving grace for the defense here is no Habana is in play with the ace ban, and the secondary hard breach gadget of Woods, I don't think that's exactly going to be used on the billiards wall. It would be, frankly, probably your doom if you tried to rappel down there and get it open. So you have Drinks Bar as one position where you can sit in comfortably and you can kind of contest a big window from there. Wings already begins to trigger one of his EE1Ds to allow Arial Arise to begin seizing the map.
Yeah, they note there's plenty of offsite pressure. Now, Cordell will be immune to that lion call. Og is not immune to bullets. He's now lost his life. And those Jackal track scans, they were so successful for Arial Rise in the previous round. They utilized it all, but they will have to deal without, at least for round 3. Cordell's phone is ringing repeatedly. He has been heard over in the pink bar. Lava is going to be tasked with droning out that power position. And there's pretty much no hope for Cordell. He has to stand his ground and take gunfights, but he's in quite the crossfire.
Seems he's managed to evade the net Arial Arise had sent out, with efforts to capture him. Rotating up to cool vibes, he's returned to guard the objective with the rest of his team, only suffering a slight bit of damage and wasting a considerable amount of time for Arial Arise, who did not even manage to get him in the end. And you're looking at the opening in the wall there, a soft breach, so you can, kind of shoot through that. Maybe that's the idea for the attackers, but no, this is actually the ability for the defense. If the site pressure becomes too immense, you can open that wall and you can freely rotate down to retake the objective. For example, if, the bomb is going down inside hookah, but you can't cross the sight lines to assist from Vase, you can simply just jump out into the courtyard and come up. We've got a 2-stack, cool vibe stairs. Moving forward, Lava. He'll gun down Slasher. A 4 versus 4. Lava goes huge. A second, in fact, as Bino is DBNO'd. It's only Jello and Matt Bonger, the 2 duo, coming in from the luggage side as the coverage is in perfect position. Swinging wide, Matt Bonger with a phenomenal shot, nearly getting his head shaved off, though, as he rotates through. And Lava, his 3rd frag. Can he get the quad? No. Shut down. It's 1 for 1 for Jello. Arial Arise, a win at Hookah.
And the thing about Arial Rise is they lost that opening duel to the incredible angle of the Vigil downstairs, but this is the power of the attacking side of Coastline. You just have better weaponry, and you can just fly into the bomb site. You also have to be careful when you're trusted on your squad and you're trying to guarantee that refrag, and just don't peek the same angle. Sure, you're swinging from a door frame that is a couple meters back, but if it's in the same line of sight as an attacker, you're just going to feed them free kills. Unfortunate moment for trusted on your squad, but they can return back downstairs to the only bomb site that they've been able to win.
And I'm a bit worried about this round because Arial have seemed to kind of get their head around what is going on for Coastline. Even though in the previous round, Cordell was in the perfect position to dodge and dip around all of their utility with the Vigil, they still were able to trade that out. After AUG had gone down, Lava just sort of walked up, cool vibes, and he got frag after frag, eliminating many members of Toys, and I think single-handedly almost winning that round for his team. Without his triple kill, without taking control of Vase single-handedly as a sledge, that round might not have looked the same, and this could be Toys in the advantage instead of them on the back foot. Going to the double bar side, I think Arial Arise should take one objective and focus on trying to get the plant down. Whether that's an office take to attack A, but still being conscious of the courtyard, or entirely, such as we saw in the first round, focusing on going above, gaining the map control, with a B plant in mind.
Speaking about going above, are we expecting Cordell and the Maestro to once again flank and retake that top floor? I mean, I guess that's the idea of why they're banning Nomad, to give them that fluidity. When they have the man advantage, they can always just retake any bomb site, any floor, or any door frame. It's at the cost of an aggressive play, and we've seen Trust on your squad double and triple down that mentality and actually lose rounds. Now, AUG, he has been bringing out his PW9 for the time, and he's elected to bring out the CZ, or the C, what is it, the C7. The C7E, I believe is what Bad Boys call him. It's quite a phenomenal gun, and his gadgetry is just as good. He's identified Wamai off-site, and now he's going to harass him with those red pings.
Full control of the top floor seemingly established for Arial. AUG moves down. The Jackal tracks have expired, but still gave them a little bit of intel to the understanding that Matt Bonger was down here playing sort of a loose lurk. You've got the Wamai actually rotating back to hold the site. Lava will go for the vertical play, hoping to isolate one of these players. Cordell, though, he still lurks at the main lobby, and he could, yes, again, go for one of these huge flanks. Matt Bonger is really showing himself to be the primary focus point for the Toys defense here on Coastline. They'll find wings, eliminating the EE1Ds, which are so helpful when it's time to go for the plant. Arial Arise stand in a man disadvantage. They have not secured the trade, and so they will not have the full capability of their 5-man lineup once it's time to push for the site. Good drone there from Woods. They managed to spot out a couple of these players, and Dami could sink a frag grenade into the back of the bar, but he'll have to contend with ADSs from Bino, as well as Matt Bonger's Wamai Magnets.
This is actually the exact same storyline that Trust Only Your Squad had in round 1, where they got the opening kill. That was on Woods in round 1. Now it's Wings' turn to be dead. And that gadgetry is going to be so important. Now it's also going to be on how long Slasher can hold his fixed position over tucked into B. Cordell, once again, the flanking Maestro. He sends double impact grenades out range, but he gave away his position, now losing his life, but fortunately Jello is able to get that refrag. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Arrow Rise can continue to utilize these vertical angles. Woods knows that he needs to deal with Slasher. He's going to try to burn him away. Double firebolts go down range, but Slasher's going to stand his ground. He was saved by those Wamai pancakes, and now Arial Rise pushes straight into Slasher. Forced for the double kill. Now a 1v2 with 9 seconds left on the clock. Lava's gonna have to go for the hot drop, but he won't even be able to land.
2 wins, 2 defenses of the bar site, so far Toy's hunting ground. And Arial Arise kind of struggled to earn their map control, especially when it comes to the on-site pressure. It's just like they aren't able to isolate the picks on this site compared to attacking Kitchen or Hookah. It just doesn't naturally come to them in the same way, and I wonder if that was something to do with the drones, or maybe it's in just the way that they attack this. It's so difficult and so arbitrary to attack onto the double bar site, but I feel that if we see this come back in overtime, go for maybe more of an office take. You require a little bit more map control, but Arial can take it. It's just when they get to the actual site pressure moment, that's when all the problems start to come through.
You know, Reese, you know what makes Chief very happy right now?
What?
A Frost. I love Frost. She's such a fun operator to play. And imagine, Arial Rise, they want to execute quickly. They want to replicate the success from the previous round 2 when they executed here last. But what happens if they try to push in through the northmost window? That's where a clever defender would place those 2 Frost maps and force the attackers to either double vault and shoot one of them and die to the Frost mat, expend some type of explosive device. But there are 2 sets of frag grenades currently being utilized by Arial Rise, and also the vertical play was so solid by Arial, I highly doubt that they'll land in a Frost mat, but she has great utility. She has access to deploy a shield, and she has access to a pocket shotgun. Very similar to another operator that's currently in this lineup. That is going to be the Alibi. And honestly, I would prefer those Frost maps because that just puts you into the opportunity of forcing those attackers to look at the ground when they go for the vaults. And Alibi Prismas, sure, they force the attackers to pre-fire an angle, but they really haven't worked the way that Trust All Your Squad would have wanted.
It's curious that Arial just continue to play with the same stack of operators round after round, even though feels like there's sort of been mixed successes. I like the way that the extension is played here. It's really well thought out. Deployable shield at 90 to prevent perhaps the VIP angle. And you've got Wamai magnets, in fact Wamai in the very 90 position to protect this. However, the hard breach gadget is used. Now creating an opening, Matt Bonger will have to play this a little bit more careful, but I wonder if the hard breach there had actually been stopped. It looked like it was perhaps shot from below one of the impacts or nitro. I'm not sure how that had happened, but with that hard breach utility being unsuccessful, Matt Bonger gets a little bit more free reign to continue playing this position. Here comes Lava though, head right ripped off for the Wamai. Bino gone too, wings holds carefully, dancing back and forth. All of a sudden, everyone on Toys is dead for.
And Slasher, the SMG-11 bro, forced to retake the top floor, caught in a flank drone. His life is instantaneously lost. Arial Rise, what a masterclass once again. And the worst thing was, Slasher had information the 90 cam was never shot out, and he still lost that duel. Trust on your squad, they need to start to win gunfights. They have some individuals performing well, and I hate to flame somebody, but Bino has been quite unsuccessful for the past 2 maps. He was 3-12 on Villa after the rehost in round 3, and currently he's sitting at a fat double donut and 4 deaths. That is quite just unacceptable. He needs to start to perform. I understand this is a big stage for Trust Only Your Squad, and they need to perform. They cannot stumble because they are on the brink of destruction. If Arial Rise wins this map, Trust Only Your Squad's hopes of winning the grand finals of UPL winner will be lost.
Unfortunate, but it just has to be said. If you're going to play Jaeger, you have to be able to hold your own, and for Toys, they have played so well, pushing Arial Rise to overtime on their own map pick. What might have this series looked like if Bino had been able to contribute at the same level of heroes like Matt Bonger and Cordell to be able to match up that gun skill to raise it one level higher and contend with Arial Rise? Perhaps we wouldn't be sitting at a 0-2 scoreline here in the series.
5 seconds remaining.
All hopes on Bino, though, that he can start to heat up here and now, and he can make that effort for his team to come back and secure the Cinderella story that we could see develop in this best of 5. For the Arial Arise attack, same story, different bomb site. Your Lion, your Capitao, your Dokkaebi, and the Jackal and Sledge kind of just thrown in there for kicks. We'll have the... It seems like, honestly, these rounds go in the same way every single time. Wings will detonate an EU1D. They'll take the map control and they'll push forward. Cordell caught out of position. Chief, that's a huge pick to have lost your vigil early and for him to have done no damage silent in the round.
Cordell's also gone silent in this series. He was top fragging his roster by quite a mile. Bino, the man of the hour, he was able to actually confirm a kill in round 5, and he's going to attempt that success once again. He was being jackal tracked into oblivion and rotates back over to VIP. No pre-made murder holes, so he's going to utilize that 416 carbine to do so. That's enough of a hole to look at one of the attackers if they're over by kitchen, but they were there and they've rotated to greener pastures. Drones working their way up, cool vibes, trying to identify exactly what pressure will be there, and they're greeted by a shotgun.
Hard to take map control when you've got one of the M590s staring right back at you. Lava, he was the hero player last time we went to Hookah, and he could certainly line up that story once again. Hookah itself is absent. Same is true for the A site. Jello finally rotates back to staff it a little bit more, and Slasher holds by proxy. The smoke to win this gunfight at the Cool Vibes position will be huge. Mapbonger provides the assist, but the smoke he's gunned down in an instant. Sprinting back to the call, Mapbonger fell by the window. Repel Wings gets his second. All of a sudden, it's just Bino left, and would you know it, Arial Arise with round 6. They could not win the double bar side, but every other defense was theirs.
And that actually makes sense. Most teams see pretty much the same 2 bomb sites on repeat, even in ranked, even in comp. That's going to be Hookah and Kitchen. Arial Rise was able to win that, and the tertiary bomb site rears its ugly head. The problem is, and the fork in the road that we find, is this Arial Rise just better than Trust Only Your Squad and Trust Only Your Squad's map pick? Or is this just an attacker-sided coastline? And really, this round by Toys is going to dictate exactly that. They have to be picture perfect and frame perfect. Dokkaebi will be shown, but no Lion combination. Slasher is going to be allowed to go away from Hard Breach and into a secondary fragger role. He's going to be shown on that Zofia. He was actually showing Twitch earlier, but both of those weapons, the M762 and the F2, are just as good, and he is a lethal player.
We all know what he's capable of, and for the sake of Toys, their star players just have to start playing a little bit better, winning more gunfights, staying at their weight, and still punching. We have Dami bringing the Frost, which I know you had mentioned earlier, so your wish is answered, I suppose. Toys are going to stick with kind of a similar lineup, that same really ranked, aggressive, sort of deny all of the attackers. Oh no, now it's Dami who's running in place, similar to what we had go down in the earlier map. I think we could be looking for a rehost, as it seems everybody is gone.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, sometimes things just happen to go for an oopsie, and I think our Frost, our lovely observer, has decided he just wants to alt F4 out of reality. Maybe he needs to unplug his router, plug it back in. I was so excited to see what Arial Rise would bring out, and my excitement peaked even more when Frost was in play. Like I said, I love Frost, but I guess there's some irony there, because our observer's name is also Frost, and since he took away round 7 from me, I no longer love that Frost.
All right, well, we'll have to wait just a little bit longer while we get everything sorted out. Stick with us, don't close this tab. We're going to head to a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to UPL Winter Series here. This is Rainbow Six Siege, the best esport around. Nobody can dispute that. Currently in grand finals, it's Trust Only Your Squad versus Arial Rise. I'm sure our lovely producer Hyper is unhappy with that sentence, but it is 100% a fact that you cannot dispute.
We're heading next to Hookah. That's the site we'll resume with. We just got done with the first half. Fortunately, there was an asteroid that hit the server, knocked everybody out.
I blame Frost.
Yeah, Frost did everything wrong. We all just blame it on him, and everything could not be better.
Well, as we mentioned, it's going to be Hookah. And honestly, I'm eager to see what Arial Rise is going to bring out here on defense, because we saw how successful it is. And Reese, my friend, I think you just lied to me. That is a kitchen that's being displayed down there. And my heart is broken. Like, why would you lie to me, my friend? Like, I thought we were friends.
Listen, it was my notes that lied to you, okay? I don't know why Hookah was in there, but it's kitchen. That's where we're going to. The Frost is being brought through here again, much to your enjoyment, I'm sure. Slasher 6 picks from Zoe to Zoe.
I think that was actually per the rules, because you have to go to the same bomb site and operators. He showed the Twitch and the initial reveal phase, which he actually probably should have done this time. He did 6-pick into Zofia, so not all is lost. Technically, he did make a mistake there, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day, because he still breaks out the same operator. You know what?
I don't think anybody's going to be peeved.
No, not at all. And you know what? That's actually the Giga Brain. He threw them through a loop. He's like, haha, you don't know what operator I showed. Now I'm going to show it to you and make you guess, was it really a Twitch last time? Or did we 6-picked into the Zofia? That was a 6,000 IQ Giga Brain. You know, we highlight, that support player who's now forced to go over to secondary entry as being an intelligent man. He's proving it right now.
Analyzing this?
Absolutely.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a little things in life. Sticula, like, if you want to be a good coach or analyst, you have to pick up on the little nuances and details. And sometimes, the Giga Brain plays in a 6-pick phase, that's where it's at, man.
I always like to use the 6-pick phase. I feel like if you don't use it, you're just wasting an opportunity, maybe bring a Heart Breacher when instead you're going to 6-pick away to it. Why not? Why not use it? We'll have Dami place down his final Frost mat. A little bit late for the Frost to be deploying that, but I don't think it's the biggest problem. Got a lot of map control being taken. Blue Bar already has fallen to the offense. Nobody from Arial over there to try and contest it. And Matt Bonger is playing such a deep angle way out to the east, maybe hoping for one of the players to overexpose themselves. We'll see Og now open up the Sunrise Bar hookah hatch to perhaps drop down and go for a bit of an intervention.
Well, there goes Dami off the board, and those phone calls that Arial Rise used early on, that's now going to be the reverse Uno card. But Toy still have to deal with these mirror windows as well as Lava's pressure upstairs. He's going to be roaming in VIP. Now, there's plenty of murder holes that he could use against Trust Only Your Squad. But so far in round 7, it's starting to look like this series, or at least particularly here on Coastline, is going to be attacker-sided. All the on-site pressure has gone away for Arial Rise, except for one of their players. And they're going to have to crash back onto the bomb site. Trust Only Your Squad does not know this yet. And Wings, he's in a dire position. Either he's trying to make the audio cue of the false drop, or he's trying to get in the elevated position. It seems like both those, whatever option he went for, actually worked out for him, because he was able to damage Cordell.
Good spam shot onto the blue bar position. See Og now begin to open up the wall. The drone, however, would have given that away. Wings still keeping this one into a fighting form. But as I say that, Lava drops. 2 versus 4. Wings crosses the hall. Smoke obscures the position. Still the offense. Wings with another huge one. He'll rotate in, but as he crouches through the open breach, he'll fall to Slasher. One more pick for the Vigil. Now taken out by Matt Bonger. It's Toys who come away with a win, attacking Kitchen in the first round of the second half.
As soon as the attackers get that opening pick, it's like the defense just instantaneously crumbles. It's kicking the leg off one of those plastic chairs. The entire chair will instantly crumble. And Arial Rise, their adjustment downstairs in the kitchen needs to be stimming around from aggression. It's almost like they need to take these gunfights before the attackers really have any control. Because when you're trying to take back your bomb site on coastline, well, you're fighting angles from outside, you're fighting angles from in your own bomb site as well as in from square. Those are just so unlikely for you to win it, particularly when you're at 2v4. Now, to Arial Rise's credit, they almost brought that back to a winnable state, but the damage was already done.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
There's only so much that you can do to wrench back a disadvantaged position like that, and it's the point that I brought up earlier. You have to be flawless in the way that you start rounds, because unlike Villa, unlike maps like you would see on Consulate, where if you lose one player early, there's still an opportunity to kind of bring it back, that's not always true on Coastline, and it can be very indicative of the direction of a round based on the opening duels to take control of the map, and whether the defense are able to repel that or the attackers meet little resistance. For this next round, we're going to Hookah. This was the primary site that we had seen Arial win when they were on the first half. They played it in rounds 3 and 6, both of which were championed by Arial wins and no plants. However, the opening kill in that round didn't seem to have much meter on whether or not Arial were able to close it out, and perhaps that could be a similar storyline moving forward into this one. The change that I've noted here is Lava's bringing the Mira instead of something, closer to maybe a Mood or a Mozzie to deny some drones. Instead, you focus on the roamed contingent, Dami on the Vigil, and the rest of your site construction efforts.
The man just likes his long barrel. Now, I have to be critical of one aspect of the Trust Only Esquad's attack. It's the fact that Matt Bonger is the one that's tasked with a flank launch over by reception. I'd actually prefer to have Jello be that player, simply because he's a DMR. He is an incredibly important gadget that you need to have the entire round. And probably the most important thing is Matt Bonger, his gadgetry needs to be active. He needs to be close quarters, just like Cordell was, and removing wings, but good refrags back and forth between these teams. But Matt, if he has information with the feet, he's able to scan it. Everybody from Trust Linear Squad, they decided for a linear clear down on this first floor stemming from office. And just like that, there's only 3 of their team left.
Matt Bonger closes in, but the jungle cam has spotted him. Dami is well aware of that. They're going to try to build a crossfire with support from Lava hiding up on the Cool Vibe staircase. The Vigil can still continue to play this expertly placed mirror window. Matt Bonger will cross the hall. Dami secures his third, but the Vigil's killing spree finally ended just for Arial to shoot Matt Bonger in the back. The defense kicking it off. A win on Hookah. Perhaps Arial could win a more wide variety of defensive sites.
A brilliant defensive strategy coming out from Arial Rise. One of the best ways for an attacking team to get control of Hookah is through vertical pressure. You send your buck into blue bar and you Swiss cheese the entire floor. Arial Rise's adaptation was to put the mirror window there and stop that insertion point. And members of Trust Only Your Squad decided to throw bodies at the problem. What they should have done was either come in from kitchen or from the other side of pink, stemming from the mudroom, and apply a multi-angle crossfire and directly counter Vigil. But you would have still had to have one of your attackers at least holding the blue window, pushing in from mud, pushing in from reception to square, and then the other one coming in from kitchen. That requires a lot of manpower, but Trust Only Your Squad should have still been able to drone that out and understand the roadblock that they're running into. It seems like they almost had no information moving forward, and they are caught so off guard by the mirror window and the pressure downstairs that they just were tunnel vision and almost like red in the face with anger.
I'm really hoping that we get to see Hookah again in this half, because that strategy with the Vigil and the mirror window down inside of the Sunrise couches, I think you would call it, kind of similar to what you might expect on a bar hold of old. It works great. I mean, how many kills did the Vigil just get simply off the back of peeking that window? He denied blue control, and he really forced Toys to go about that in an uncomfortable way, and it didn't seem like they were really able to rotate in time to realize that they weren't going to get past that mirror window. For the blue bar's hold, this was kind of a really awkward one to discuss earlier in the first half because of how sloppy Arial Rise attacked it. Wings rotates through, but he's obliterated by Matt Bonger, who is keen to continue playing the Lamborghini doorway angle as he had done in the earlier kitchen and service round.
You can almost call it Lamborghini No Mercy. And that's exactly what Matt Pogger has done over here, just holding this flank the entire time. And again, I was on board for having, your Dokkaebi hold that long angle, but Dokkaebi has been gone away from altogether in favor of actually bringing out a hard breacher. And you know what? I'm actually on board for that. The reason being, when you're pushing in through offices, you're going to have to breach the office's blue wall. That's exactly what Jello's doing. And we're talking about the role shift earlier from Trust Only or Squad. Slasher still will remain on secondary entry, and Jello, who's been playing that flex and support role, is now fully stuck on support.
Redemption is there for Arial, as we'll see Bino go down. The Ash has not had a great half, but Lava, he's ripped apart. Og immediately trades it, dashing out and off the balcony. He'll get a second, but shut down before he's able to get any more massacring done. Cordell saves the day, but crossing the angle, a rare miss from Dami. Matt Bonger only taking a tiny amount of damage. C70 and the C8 SFW, two quite tremendous weapons to stare down. However, with the mirror window still up, Woods can continue to play this. Cordell's going to attempt the plant. No nitro in the pocket of Woods, and Dami is out of position to deny this. It's likely that the plant will be confirmed, and now Cordell backing up. The plan for Arial Arise doesn't seem so solid. The rotate comes through, but Matt Bonger felling Woods, that's a huge and important pick. Dami still lurks around. He'll pop the hatch, but that's going to immediately translate his position to the Buck, who still lingers down in office below. The Shadow might have briefly been spotted there, but now the Jackal creeping down the Solarium hallway, he links back up, and there's just no way that the Mirror can get successfully down this hatch.
That was just a heartbreaking round for Arial Rise. I mean, they got the refrags. They came off the top rope and slammed Trust Only or Squad. But then they had just bad positioning. I mean, they knew that they were being pressured from the other side of the map, and they decided to sit while the diffuser was going down. You need to be active in that scenario. It's technically a 2v1 while the diffuser is being planted. So go over to reception, take that gunfight, and use that man advantage. Once you've won that gunfight, now it is a true 2v1. You replicate that, you take that kill, trading with your man advantage, and you end up defusing that bomb. Also, you saw all those yellow pings on the jungle wall. I think there was a misplay there. It was looking like there should have been a reinforced wall on that side because there were bullets whizzing in through that soft wall, and anybody playing that mirror window had to dodge those bullets.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Ariel still stand one round away from match point, and Og is going to bring out the Oryx. Not an operator we see terribly too often, but on matches like Coastline, where being able to traverse quickly and get up all of those hatches can be very helpful. Og will begin to prep the hatches, so the game is already quite revealed for what his plan will be. To roam around the map and to stall out the attackers for as long as possible. With the Vigil and Mirror Window strategy last time on Hookah, that worked out expertly, so we'll see if Og can achieve a similar level of success on this kitchen defense.
Good old Frost is back, doing what she does best, remodeling and creating chaos in the lobby. I love this defense. From Arial Rise, the deployable shields, the mirror windows, all about mini-games that Trust Only or Squad needs to break down. Now, to their credit, when they were here last in the kitchen, they're able to win it because none of these defensive elements really panned out. Members of Arial Rise, they never challenged on those shields. They never challenged on those mirror windows. They just got absolutely fried every turn. Wings gets extremely aggressive in security. Far too many players forget about that one window. It's a good way of isolating and cutting off rotations, but it's also a good way for the defenders to take gunfights early on to attackers.
Kind of seems like the patience for Arial Arise is starting to wear a little bit thin. There was some chatter in the chat the previous round, and the aggressive plays have certainly been dialed up in the second half of this game. Toys, no opening pick to back their push so far, but they have, it looks like, sound control of Blue Bar as well as Sunrise. Drones creep forward, but Arial mostly are contingent on their upstairs hold. Except for Bino, it looks relatively untouched, and the Ash is just continuing to wait down at the end of the hallway. Og supported by a mountain of utility. 2 Goyo shields and a mute jammer to boot. He shouldn't have much trouble being able to sit here for as long as possible. And the vertical gain that this is going to give him could be too much to handle. When toys try to go for the push, not only are they going to be worried about the blacktop angle, as you always should be, but we have lava playing above the window, and there's just no way the toys can easily get in here. Shots exchanged for the security fight. Wings will come out on top, though, and so it seems for the time, the aggressive plays is going to continue to work. Wings will get a second. Now the focus shifts to the hatch inside luggage.
There's a new bomb site that was made by Wings with the diffuser surrendered. Give him a 3K in this round. What are you going to do? Trust only your squad. You can no longer execute on the bomb site itself. You have to take these gunfights. It's going to be now 3K in the round for Wings, but Lava will steal that ace. That's exactly what Arial Rise did. They realized that they were so passive in round 7. Today, in round 10, they took the gunfight straight to trust only your squad, and now Arial Rise is on match point, season point, grand final point.
This is what we've been building all the way up to. 6-4, 2 match points, 2 opportunities to close out this series and seal the deal 3-0. It makes me harken back to the summer season of Upsurge in the battle for that grand finals between the Dirty Dans and Wichita Wolves, in which both teams were incredibly capable, but for the Dirty Dans, just the same as Arial, there was a clear difference in the skill and their capability to close it out in that old storyline. It was the Dirty Dans who won 3-0, and we're sitting at a very similar point of view here in the winter season.
It's going to be all about these mirror windows once again. Now, what is interesting is round 9, we would see Trust Only Your Squad take that victory into bar. Arial Rise is attempting to trip up Trust Only Your Squad and bring out the bar site. Maybe this is going to be exactly what they needed, and it indeed seems to be the case. That one angle that Trust Only Your Squad was abusing against the mirror window has now been fully reinforced. And maybe that was just the one typo, the one mistake for Arial Rise. They're going to now have to correct that. Another change that we're going to see from Arial Rise is them placing mute jammers over on that office blue bar wall. That was the primary insertion point for Trust Only Squad to get that bomb down. And now, if they want to replicate that, they're going to have to destroy the mute jammer. And you don't have a Thatcher that is currently being dropped.
Gotta say, I don't remember if I've ever seen a Thatcher be played in a comp match on Coastline before, just because Thatcher's got the L85, which, it's a good gun that could get some work done. Cordell's just rocking it with the buck rifle there, shoots Dommy, rips his head off right through the wall, and I would be fuming as Dommy to have died in such a manner on match point, series point like that.
Yeah, that was a mistake, to say the least. You lost a set of nitro cells, and, that was just a lucky pre-fire. There's no way that was based off information. Drone sight starting to be sniped, and Woods knows that window is an absolute threat. He opened up that top hatch earlier to give Lava the freedom of rotating back to that site, but at the opportunity cost of it being used against them. As soon as the defense war goes at top floor, that hatch will become a liability. Og and Lava on the tandem roam upstairs trying to deal with Aqua. Lava will be now dealt with, and what is Og's pressure? He has perfect trigger discipline. He can hear one to his left. He can hear one by the bar. He misses all of his shots. The trigger discipline that worked so well for him has now been lost. It's Wings' turn to retake this top floor. He sends bullets down rain. A frag grenade bounces off his forehead, but he still has more pressure to deal with. And unable to deal with that pressure, Cordell finishes off Wing a 1v4.
Nitro launched out in the clutch, but it's shot right into the head of Woods that come through from Bino. Toys will hang on for yet another round as we are pushed through round number 12, the end of regulation, and the final opportunity for Arial Rise to secure a win without overtime here on Coastline. Trust Only Your Squad's pick. It'll be going all the way. We could see the infinite overtime that belayed Villa earlier in this series, or perhaps this is the end of the line.
Man, everything is going to be pressuring both of these rosters. And we've been highlighting recently teams that find themselves on match point, they get in the mindset of we can't lose. And the moment that you're playing not to lose, that's when you actually start to lose. You have to be in that winning mindset. You have to be doing everything in your power to win rounds. And that's going to put the ball in Arial Rise's court. What are they going to deliver? It is going to be back upstairs for Hookah Lounge this time, and we're going to be seeing that faithful Mira be brought out once again. If they utilize her in the same spot, it's going to be on Trust Only Your Squad to learn from the lessons that they once applied. This round was by far the worst for Trust Only Your Squad the last time they've executed on Hookah. And they're going to have to make these adaptations. It has to be a two-pronged assault. One from the pink bar behind, stemming from the mudroom, and the other at least from offices. But I'd also like to see some kitchen flare too.
10 seconds to insertion.
Wow, quite the setup down here to support Og and deny
5 seconds
Trust
left
Only Your
before
Squad
insertion.
from taking any of this control. We've got mirror windows placed all over the place. In fact, one not even any on site anymore, as the focus entirely is holding control of the first floor so that the attackers can never progress to the second. Dami opens up a few rotates. We've got mute jammers in support down here as well, and I imagine Dami is going to play a little bit more carefully than he did last time in exposing himself to the blue bar window angle.
He's already done that. He's typed against the reinforcement. He's so terrified of stepping back a meter and dying. Wings is going to take an early engagement, losing a little bit of HP. And ironically, that's the same way that Tommy died. He took a bullet through a window frame. At least it didn't collect him the dome piece. He's brought some mute jammers to help protect him. He knows that there's an option of a Doka being flamed, not currently being shown because Jello has brought out that true support operator. And honestly, what's nice about the Habana is she can frag. That type is such a good gun. It might have only 21 bullets in the magazine, but it will fry anybody.
Lava with the first word. It's already a 3 versus 5 as toys. Quite the opposite in which they started out this round compared to the last. Losing Bino, losing Cordell, two key components of your soft destruction. Now it's up to Trust Only Your Squad to see how they're going to react to this. Knowing that if they lose, if they can't clutch this one up, it could be all over. Matt Bonger, he'll try to go for a few spam shots through the wall, perhaps get a lucky kill onto Dami once again. Slasher lurking, waiting outside the VIP window. Here he'll go. Jumping in, looking through the floor. He knows that the time is low, and this is going to be one of the most important rounds, if not the penultimate, here in this series. Og could be roaming. The off-site pressure. But Matt Bonger, he's rotated in from Aqua. And they might not even be able to get past this, even if they reach the site. Dami, he's got a nitro. Og has an impact. They could stop this plant before the round even progresses much farther. As Lava collects a double kill, Woods will find Slasher, and it's all done for. Arial, Arise are your winter champions.
Well, the accolades in the trophy case of Arial Rise just expanded by one new award. UPL Winter Season Grand Finals is now in favor. I have entered in the Nether Realm. Arial Rise was just so good at this game. They have broken my internet and my camera, and honestly, I could not have expected anything else other than a stomp from Arial Rise. This roster, while it's gone under some changes, some members have departed, they have still maintained their lethality. They are still a championship quality team. They have proven it today, and you must continue to fear the airplane.
3-0 in series, and credit to Trust Only Your Squad. They fought hard in all 3 of those maps and even managed to drag it out into overtime on Arial Arise's pick of Villa. It just wasn't enough. They were not able to push themselves over, and they just couldn't fight all the way through. I have to think, maybe if a few players had a little bit of a better run or were more prepared to engage in this battle here today, that things might have gone a little bit differently, but that's just not what happened. Arial Arise, 3 maps played, 3-1, and as you said, another trophy goes home to the headquarters.
And I have to say, Trust Only Your Squad, they went up against a legacy team that has done nothing but win series, win grand finals, and they put on a show. taking Ariel Rise to almost overtime twice in a long overtime stint, that's quite impressive. Every member of Trust on your squad, sure, they have made some stumbles, they made some mistakes. Today is their ability to learn from those mistakes, rebuild themselves, better themselves as they move on to whatever leagues are in their future. They need to keep their heads held high. They did so many good things, and they can't give up. Oh, poor Sticula. He forgot to hit unmute.
Bruh.
Yeah,
that
that is
being
a bruh
said,
moment.
It is. We're going to throw to a short break. We're going to bring Lava in with the interview to have a short chat with him, but stick around. I'm sure you'll want to hear what he has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to UPL. We just wrapped up our series, our grand finals, but our victors, Arial Rise, are represented today as Mr. Lava. My friend, first off, welcome and congratulations.
Thanks, man.
So, you won a big prize, $1,200. First off, what are we going to do with that money?
Chris, or Wings, said he wanted to buy a new chair because he's during the series he said his butt hurt because his chair is not that good. It's like old, so yeah.
His back didn't hurt from carrying you guys?
Og dropped 16 on Villa, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if there was too much like carry going on. We were all putting in like some work.
No, absolutely. That was totally a joke. You guys played brilliantly. Every single one of you was firing all cylinders. But if we break down the nuances of that series, I want to know what happened in round 9. You guys ended up going to, actually, sorry, that was going to be round 11. You ended up going to Bar, but Hookah was already available to you. Were you just trying to trip up your opponents?
We didn't really we weren't thinking too hard about the site rotation. Like we kind of just were like, do we want to do this? Yeah, sure, we'll do this. Like it was like round by round. We didn't really choose based on like the like past rounds. We like I think I was the one who said that. I was like, yeah, guys, let's just go blue bar. It doesn't really like we'll just go there. And I think we ended up losing the blue bar round, and then we went back to hookah and won. So
And looking back at Coast, you guys lost your first defensive stints a few times the first rounds you went to. What adaptations did you make to actually win on defense and Coastline?
on defense, we just had to get more aggressive. Coastline is like a really tough defender map, so we kind of just told like we were doing a couple of spawn peaks. I don't think we caught anyone off them, but it was just the general idea of like playing more aggro, like being more active in gunfights. And we the rounds that we were able to take first pick, we usually ended up winning.
Now, you guys had one trip up. Unfortunately, there's an admin error in round 3 of Villa. You guys had that win lost. What happened? Was there a change in mindset there, or were you still constantly in that go, go, go phase?
It was a little frustrating because we thought that like the admin had never like confirmed the rehost, so we assumed that it was like too late or something, and so we just kept playing and we played the round how we normally would, and we won, and then we came back and they like completely counter-stratted us and ended up winning the round, and I was a little like internally angry. I tried not to bring it out in front of like the team, but it stung a little bit. We ended up coming back on that map, so it was fine. Our mental didn't get too like hurt over it.
Perfect. And before I pass it over to Sticula, let's talk about that overtime rounds. You guys had some of the best clutches I've ever seen a roster perform. What on earth did you guys eat in OT?
I think you're referring to like Og and Dami with the 2v4 on
Yep.
Kitchen. Yeah, that. We kind of knew so I don't know how to. It's hard to explain, but like I basically called out like they're all that side, and we knew where they were generally, and so Dami and Og each won a gunfight on one of the dudes who was like a little bit overextended, and we knew the last two guys weren't in kitchen, so we knew they had to be in pantry, and they just pushed up together like flawlessly. I didn't even have to say anything. It was so good, and they downed one, and then Dami held the other when he ran in. It was like I barely had to say much, but they executed like the retake perfectly. I couldn't have asked from a better round. Like there was no better way for them to play that, I think.
Good to hear. One main thing that I wanted to talk about was coming into the map bans, because you guys chose to remove Oregon. I have to say, was there any connection between Oregon and the semifinals?
No, we just don't like Oregon that much. It wasn't really like we don't really like playing Oregon, so we decided just like have it out, and we can play all the other maps pretty fine. So we just kind of let them ban what they wanted and kept going.
Sure. On a lot of your kitchen and dining defenses on Villa, it felt like the Ash would come in from pantry every single time, and Woods constantly had a pulse scanner on him. It was never a surprise. It was never, anything out of the ordinary. How did you guys react to that development?
They kind of like after the first time, I think we kind of had like their push figured out. So like the first time they ran it and they rushed like one person, I think through like the jail window, like by tarps, and then they rushed like two pantry. So like they did kind of like a split on the site, and we had 3 people above and just me and Woods in sight. So like the first time, I think I killed the diffuser and we ended up winning because of that. And the second time is when they won it. I think so. Like I'm not 100% sure, but like they won it, and we knew that we needed to like change something, so we just made a ton of holes above. So our like above site people were able to like contribute to the defending of site better. Because that second time when we lost it, like me and Woods kind of complained a little bit. We were like, "Yo, like we're just alone in sight. There's like there's no help pretty much," and they weren't like doing much above. So we just made a bunch of holes and we adapted to their take. They did the same thing.
So I'll go ahead and throw the mic to you. If there's anyone that you'd like to shout out that helped you get here today and helped you fight through the regular season, please go ahead.
I think for one of our games we needed a sub, and I think we had Kool-Aid as our sub, so thanks to him. And I also want to shout out Rusty, our org owner. He's awesome, and couldn't ask for a better like person to be representing with us. So yeah.
All right. Let's get
Also
to speak with you, Lava.
shout out to the dog group chat. Y'all know who you are.
I knew they were coming in here somewhere, but thank you, Lava. Good to hear from you. Congratulations on another Arial Arise trophy. We hope to see you here again next season. Farewell.
All right.
All right, Chief, that's about the end of the road here. We've got a few replay packages and then a little bit more to talk about once we come back. So stick around for some news about the rest. I've got a producer in my ear. Okay, so one thing that I'd quickly like to talk about, this is not the end of the winter season. We have another match tomorrow. And you might be confused saying, you know, oh, the new season's coming tomorrow. That won't be an issue, trust me. So tune in for the third place game. That's going to be a fun one. But with that being said, I've been Sticula, my co-caster Chief, our observer Frost, and producer Hyper. Thank you all for joining us tonight in what has been a tremendous best of 5. Farewell. Starting to get tagged up just like that. Rounding the corner. Wings a near miss, but he'll get the headshot. The plant going down. Wings jumping through the coverage. It's not there, and they all line up for Wings. A triple kill. Arial Arise win kitchen.
Wing will collect one, but Og working his way down those white stairs. He's going to have to deal with the VIP pressure, and it's an onslaught on the bomb site. Both these rosters once again trading back and forth, but Wings with the flick. It's a double headshot for him. The one frags. Diffuser going down. Dami on the great play. He was having perfect trigger discipline. The round starting to crumble. It's a post plant 1v2, and it all goes like that. Dami on the perfect angle. They played it.
No more nitros on the part of Arial. 20 seconds to go. This will come down to the dire moments. It's going to have to be a huge play. Jello's down. He didn't even need to swing, but they don't know the final player is down. The confirm is there. Another huge clutch for Arial Arise.
15 seconds. Arial Rise are going to start to speed up. Cordell on the top frag. He's trying to retake the map, but he'll die in that process. Now a 1v5. The bomb's almost down the deck, and it will be confirmed. There's a new bomb site that was made by Wings with the diffuser surrendered. Give him a 3K in this round. What are you going to do? Trust only your squad. You can no longer execute on the bomb site itself. You have to take these gunfights. It's going to be now 3.
Not even be able to get past this, even if they reach the site. Dami, he's got a nitro. Og has an impact. They could stop this plant before the round even progresses much farther. As Lava collects a double kill, Woods will find Slasher, and it's all done for. Arial Arise are your winter champions.